pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First thing as usual is to approve the minutes from last week, March 1st. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Tim has moved, Don has seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. First on the consent agenda, move to authorize the director chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice to Bobby Skipper, new hire economic development director, wage $50,000 a year, effective 3/1/21. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Jesse seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Can I, are you guys doing these separately?
I was going to.
Okay, so we won't need a consent agenda, then it'll be individual motion. Because usually on the consent, you approve the whole thing.
Well, we can do that, I guess.
It doesn't
I
matter.
just assumed that they were paragraphed out of the one at a time.
Okay, that's fine, we can, it's fine. I just
Okay.
wanna, so you moved,
Yep, Jesse seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I thought we went there, I couldn't remember, so.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I guess I I forgot that we could do them all at once because they were all on one page, but
it's okay,
paragraphed out.
it's fine, I'll just fix that in a minute as well.
Okay, all right. Next would be upon the request of Coffee County Housing Authority, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Dorlee J. Conway and Anita R. Cummings, 618 Cumberland in Burlington, lots 8, 9, and 10, block 99, in the city of Burlington, Coffee County, Kansas, according to the record plat thereof. Book volume N286, pages 212, 213 of the record of the Register of Deeds for Coffee County, Kansas.
So moved.
I don't know if Tim and Jesse are aware, usually these are just because the Housing Authority put forth funds to remodel a house and they had to live there for 5 years, I believe it is, and once that 5 years is up, they can have to pay it back. All second. John has moved, Tim has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. So the next one would be upon request of Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Robert W. Wood and Patricia Wood, 117 Pearson in Waverly, lots 7 and 8 in block 7 of Kent's addition to the city of Waverly, Coffee County, Kansas. Right. According to the recorded plat thereof, book volume N285, page 632, 633 of the Register of Deeds for Coffee County, Kansas. I'll make that motion. Tim has moved.
I'll second.
Jesse seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Upon request of Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Nancy Looney, 209 South Maple in Lebo, lots 14, 16, 18, in block 22, in the Maxon and Beavers Division, to the city of Lebo, Coffee County, Kansas, according to the recorded plat thereof, volume 2, M288, page 504, 505, of the records of the Register of Deeds for Coffee County, Kansas.
I'll make the motion.
Jesse's moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye. You know, it says lots 14, 16, and 18. I wonder if that, of course, I don't know how legal lots are laid out. I wonder if 17, if it's a misquote, we might want to double check that.
Yeah,
I'd almost bet lot 17 ought to be in that, but
well, then
It'd
it's
be a long-
15.
it'd be like this, it'd be 3 lots in a row. 17, 15, and 19 would be beside it.
well, that's what I don't know how it's laid out.
That's how it came in from
Commissioner Deeds.
the housing authority, and I just copied and pasted, but I can check with her just to make sure.
So, miscellaneous motion. Don't know if everybody's had a chance to read over everything, but, move to approve resolution 866, a resolution appointing an emergency management coordinator for Coffee County, Kansas. And for the general public, that person would be Carl Lee, emergency management director.
So moved.
Don moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 5-0. Next one would be move to approve resolution number 867, a resolution authorizing foreclosure of real estate tax liens and the sale of unredeemed real estate.
I take it this is for the tax sale. I haven't had time to read any of this stuff. Somewhere I missed the agenda, I didn't get the agenda, and I haven't read anything, so.
I would assume that would be correct, Bob.
It states here on the second page, it's related to the tax sale.
Yes.
I didn't get it either, Bob, but I read it here a little bit ago. But it appears it's, I'm not sure how many parcels involved in it, and I'm not sure the total values. But,
Yeah, I'm not sure the,
and there's no particular date in there the sale will take place. But I assume that'll all be handled at a later date.
yeah, no, I'm not sure how many partials either, but.
Wade's the one that gave it to me, so I don't know.
But, yeah, that, by the reading what I saw, yeah, that's what I assumed. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Well, that's,
What is it?
I'll move.
Oh,
What is it?
sorry. That's 867. Sorry. Yep, need a motion. Sorry.
Who seconded?
I'll second.
Jesse seconded, Don moved, Jesse seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Move to approve the contributions to the Waverly After Prom Committee with funds to come from $333.34 diversion fund, $333.33 special law enforcement trust fund, $333.33 special parks and recreation. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, 2020 After Prom being canceled, a letter was sent out to all Coffee County schools on April 27, 2020, stating to please carry forward After Prom funds we'd already sent out year 2021. Waverly High School responded and reported they were holding After Prom event June 27, 2020. As a result, Waverly High School has requested funds for 2021. Waverly High School submitted a letter indicating how 2020 funds were dispersed.
I'll make the motion.
Tim has moved,
I'll second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The $333.33 from Special Parks and Recreation, I don't think we've ever taken it from, is that the general fund? Would that be general, from
Yeah.
general? I don't think we've ever taken money from general for, it's always been diversion
It would be
funds,
general
special law
fund.
enforcement, and
You normally would do general fund, courthouse general or something.
I've never seen special park and recreation before, so.
It's always been
A
on.
year ago, we
every year.
took 500 out of that for the Lebo.
Special parks and recreation,
That's what it says here.
okay.
But I don't know what it ended up coming out of there, not long.
I just never have seen it that way.
500 last year of Lebo's funds came out of the special parks and rec. We evidently pulled it out.
I don't recall there's.
Tim had moved. Did I get a second?
Tom, I got down,
Jefferson.
Tim second and Jesse. Tim moved,
Jesse
Jesse
second.
what I got written down.
Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
On the recommendation of the noxious weed director, move to approve the signed annual noxious weed management plan for 2021. Did we not do that last?
Yeah, you do it every year.
I know, I thought we did that Wednesday evening.
I think this is just summarizing everything into 4 or 5 pages and carrying it forward.
Okay.
I didn't go back and detail this into what Todd presented, but I assume it looks like everything's totally tied into his presentation. So
That was the eradication progress report
Okay.
last week. This is a different report.
Okay, all right.
Also,
So this
this
is
is,
management, and it was eradication. Okay. Don moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That takes us to the end of that, which brings Matt forward. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Matt Godinez, Executive Director of the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. I brought Taylor Hogue with me. She is she's been with us since October, but she is the community liaison with the Regional Planning Commission. Taylor's position was created in part due to the CARES Act and funding that the Regional Planning Commission has received to help communities more at a local level than we've been able to in the past. So for example, Taylor has been working with some smaller, with actually all the communities in the 12 counties, certain grants that we haven't done before. She could get into a little more detail, some of them, but there've been some with like fire stations, some parks possibilities, AARP grants, things of that nature that we haven't had the opportunities to do, but we can do so now. We've also been given approximately $520,000 of EDA CARES Act revolving loan funds, which can be as low as 0% interest. She's in charge of that as well and giving that to businesses that are in need. And just wanted to, of course, I always like to come and say hello a couple times a year, but want to make sure and introduce everybody to Taylor. If you see her out and about in some of your communities, that we're hitting the ground and trying to help them as much as we can with everything during COVID. Her position and the funding that they provided will enable for 2 years, and we're hoping that it's such a great success. She'll be able to continue on through that, and it's been a good feedback working with a lot of communities. So just trying to be another tool that the RPC can offer. I have met with your new Economic Development Director, Bobby. Tom was kind enough to bring him to the Regional Planning Commission meeting. I look forward to working with Bobby. It seems like he has some really good experience. Him and Barbara already had some good conversations, helping with some, we'll help where we can possible as far as with economic growth in Coffee County. And just looking forward to Bobby. It was a good conversation. So Taylor, do you have anything?
Just here's some pamphlets for the CARES Act revolving loan fund with more details on that.
Okay, thank you.
And do you know, are the loans, you're saying the loans are down to 0%?
Can be.
Can be. Now, have they done anything with the tax deferred from the state level from income tax? for the businesses on these grants or loans?
Not on this one, this is federal funding. So we go perfectly by the Economic Development Administration and their guidelines with that. So as far as anything with tax deferment, I have not had that. But that's a good question. I haven't had that come up quite yet. So, but I'll look into that, absolutely.
I mean, my theory is you're giving businesses that have been hit by the pandemic and you're giving them all sorts of money. Well, like the PPP, it went out to employee pay.
Right.
You had to use it all.
Mhm.
You wasn't able to save any of it back for taxes.
Sure.
I'm assuming that the government is going to require you to show it as income and going to pay taxes on it.
Well, like on some of the grants that, the CDBG, the CV grants that we've all done, before we could disperse any funds, you had your PPP had to be used up, your EIDL had to be used up, or it had to be segregated of how you're going to spend it. So, yeah, there's a lot of money flowing in and out, and keeping track of it sometimes of how it's going to be distributed and not, what double dipping. We had to make sure that didn't happen. So it's been an interesting time for sure, keeping track of it. And they're not over yet. We're still figuring what they're going to look like for sure.
You've had a lot to keep track of then.
Yeah, luckily they do a great job with that in the office. But as more programs come down, we'll continually I know we've done programs in Coffee County quite a bit before, most recently I believe Waverly. So we look forward to helping out all that we can. And any of your city clerks, administrators, that we were very fortunate. We hired a grant writer that has a lot of background in some of those non-traditional grants that we spoke of. There's a historic preservation grant. There's grants for essential services like fire stations. There's some park grants that she knows of. So any of those opportunities, some of those cities still don't have the opportunity, even if it's a couple $1,000, they still need that grant to get that slide or whatever the case may be. But Amber on our team now has a lot of history with that. She was the grant writer for the city of Cherryville. And now with being with the Regional Planning Commission, she can pass that to all the 12 counties. So we look forward to working with more if we can. So
Awesome.
Great.
I've enjoyed the time I've spent there on the board with Southeast Kansas. Got to meet some pretty decent people. And so at this time, I guess I'd like to make the motion that Bobby Skipper take my position on that board. I think he'd be a better tool there for them as well as Coffee County than I, with his knowledge in economic development. So I'm gonna make that motion that he take my place on that. I've had discussion with him and Matt both, and they believe it'd be greatly beneficial as well, so.
To me, I think it'd be a good fit to have him on, so I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
We'll see Bobby next
Yes,
month.
sir.
Yeah, I appreciate your help with everything, Tom. It's been good to have you on board.
Yeah, it's been great to meet everybody.
Absolutely.
I might just pop in, just,
Oh, and then, if you could, if you also could have a motion to put Bobby on the RLF committee as well. Because we have the revolving loan fund and the representative from Coffee County, they're two separate committees. So, if you wouldn't mind having him be the representative on that as well. I imagine that you prefer that as well.
yes, I'll make a motion to put Bobby on the revolving loan fund committee as well.
I'll second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Appreciate it. We look forward to working with him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for that.
Got me Heidi's up.
Good morning.
Morning. Again,
Yes.
Another
Yours
book
is
of
on top,
material.
though, okay?
mine's on top.
Yeah, yours is the first checklist. They were given to administrators last week, but I do have a copy.
to adjourn as commissioners, am I correct?
I believe so.
Actually, you don't reconvene as county commissioners. You just stay as county commissioners
Okay.
to hear this case.
Alright.
In the checklist, will say that you're going to consider this case.
Okay. So it looks like again, having been the first time to see this, so we want to call the agenda items, number 3, which is a consideration of case, I do not have a number,
2021-02.
2021-02,
2021-02.
2021-02. It'll be a campground with 2 cabins, 4 tent sites, and 8 RV sites as a special use in the A1 agriculture. Before we proceed with consideration of this case, I'll ask the governing body members if any of them intend to disqualify themselves from participating in this discussion because they or relatives own property in the official notification area, or they have a conflict of interest or particular bias in this matter. No one has done that, so I do declare we have a quorum of 5 present for consideration of this case. Has the county clerk received any protest petitions?
I have not.
So we'll ask the governing body members if they've all received copies of the unapproved minutes of the planning board meeting.
I received them, but I haven't read them. I just now received them.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Just now received.
They would, take a few minutes and take a big glance at them.
Okay. I agree with that statement. Have we been sent these prior via email or anything?
They were hand delivered to your administrative assistant last Thursday.
That's Thursday.
And
Okay, so,
I sent them out, but some people apparently didn't receive them.
yeah, I opened my email here the other day and did quite a bit of buffering, so I'm not sure.
It was a pretty large file
Yeah.
with all that planning stuff in it. I don't think Bob got his, and I don't think Don got his.
I heard about this, so I kind of pretty well know what's going on, but just take a quick glance at it.
Okay. So is there any way to get this prior than like Thursday before Monday, or I mean, is there like a week before, or where?
It takes me a little bit of time. The board has to review it first, just to verify if there's any like some major changes to like a condition or maybe a lot of factors that got you to tweak this a little bit, because maybe I grammar error. So I give them like a week afterwards to let me know if there's any major changes. So it takes about a week after the meeting before I could the earliest I can send it out.
We're just outlining more times than not just this situation, but many times that we're forced with, well, here it is, let's move on.
I understand. I kind of glanced at this and I know the situation. I guess since Jesse is our liaison, I guess I would ask, is this actually?
I got to read it last night. I got it via mail from the board, and yeah, everything looks to what the meeting was about.
Okay. I can go with that recommendation. I glanced it.
Everybody else needs more time?
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. Having determined that the members have received minutes of the planning board meeting, we will proceed with the case. The governing body will first hear from the zoning administrator, then the applicant and members of the public will be asked if there is any new information on this case. Commission members may choose to ask questions of the zoning administrator, the applicant, county staff, and the public. I call on our zoning administrator, Heidi Harris, to provide us with a report of the case and recommendations of the planning board.
So I'm gonna just briefly go through the case document that's in front of you real quick. I'm gonna jump to the zoning administrators tab, just give a brief information there, and then we'll just continue on through the booklet. So it's case SU 2021-02, Melissa and Skylar Marquardt, campgrounds with 2 cabins, 4 tent sites, and 8 RV sites. Just gives information on the case history right there on that page. The location of the campgrounds is 1320 Myler Road, Burlington, Kansas, and it's about a 2.9 acre tract. The next page shows the adjacent zoning and land use that was discussed at the hearing, plus the background information that I had given about the case. Then it goes to the map of the ag use behind that. Then behind the map, it's going to be the finders and factors that the board had gone through and decided on. And they did place 5 conditions on the case for recommendation of approval. In the correspondence tab, it just goes over the zoning regulations, the agricultural ones, the cabin definition and campground definition. The memo from the sanitation officer they reviewed, her regulations for sanitation out of her code, and then also shows a cabin picture in the very back of that on correspondence as well. Then I looked at the notices and the maps, the contour map. Also the area notification map, the people that were notified, and then the last section is going to be their application. In their application section, it has the legal description showing where the property's at, and it has 2 maps showing the layout of how they're proposing their campground. And then has a colored map showing what the final one would look like as well in that section. And that is all that's in the booklet that the board looked at that night. And that would be my report.
Thank you, Heidi. Any questions for the zoning administrator? The only question I would have is, I believe that when you build a structure, a house, you have to have 5 acres.
So in this
Is that
particular case,
Okay.
the track was grandfathered into our regulations. I'm gonna jump back to
Okay.
where I'm quoting at in the zoning administrators tab on my report. So back in the 1988 regulations, it said you could have an under a 3 acre tract of land to build on. So this tract was grandfathered in.
Okay.
So that's why they can build on a less than 5 acre tract in this situation.
This place used to actually be a trailer park years ago. It was a trailer park. It was back when Wood Creek was kind of started. It had a lot of trailer rental spaces there.
Okay.
But it was off of Highway 75 address then.
Is the house, there's an office location. Is the house gonna be used for the office?
No,
Is
the
it
house
come-
is on a different tract of land just
Oh,
to
is
the
it?
south of there.
The barn there's gonna be the office, I believe.
The
The
barn?
red barn, yeah.
I'll let the applicant discuss where she'll put the office.
Okay.
That's okay with you guys.
Want to make sure we have no more questions for you. Questions? Do we have any written communications from petitions or from the public? No? Just going through mine. So now, does the applicant wish to present any information?
The mascot.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Marquardt. We live at 1318 Old Park Kite Farm. The house will not be used for the office. If you can see in that first picture on that side there, the red barn will stay a red barn. It's historical and not code for an office. So the silver building right there, had power to it at one point, but the line's been cut and we'll put power back in and make that an office. We are proposing the campground, and as you said, Bob, I can't say your last name. We want to not necessarily turn it into, a trailer park, but a campground, one that will hopefully benefit the community and bring more business into town, not just for blackouts or shutdown, or whatever you guys call it, but for families that are traveling through the area, and for our own family, because we're from Utah originally, so we're hoping that we can bring in more of travelers than necessarily the workers out of Wolf Creek. Do you guys have any questions for us besides the office one?
I think your layout you have looks good. The old red building is the old body shop, is that correct?
No, the red building is the barn that was built
The barn.
in
1920.
1920.
1920, where,
The silver building, you can just see the roof, the white building there.
Uh-huh.
That is the old.
that's the old body shop.
Body shop.
Okay,
So it's still there.
I'm sure that our sanitation department probably looked at it and everything. There's still a lagoon there, and I think it's dry. Will it be pushed in?
It's not dry.
Oh, it's
Lagoon
not?
goes to
Okay.
the house. The
It looks
lagoon-
dry from the highway.
No, it's functioning and it's for the home. It's not for the business.
I seen it wasn't for the business. I'm just curious what may happen to it since it's probably not used.
Well, it's in use, it's in use for the home. The home sat vacant for over 3 years, I think, and just had seasonal use. They would come down in the summer and mow or something and then go back home, kind of a thing.
Any other questions? Sounds like we're good.
All right, thank you.
Does anyone from the public wish to respond to the applicant's information or provide new information on this case? No? Does the applicant have any further responses? No? We didn't have public comments, so assuming the governing body has received all the information they need on this case, choices are as follows.
Do you want me to read the choices out loud to you guys, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman?
go ahead,
Okay.
please.
So the first one is approved by majority vote. Move to adopt the factors and findings and recommendation of the planning board on case number SU 2020-102 and approve resolution number 865. Option 2, disapprove by majority vote. Move to adopt the findings and factors and recommendation of the planning board to disapprove case number SU 2020-102. Number 3 is override and approve. That one wouldn't apply in this situation, I don't think. Override and disapprove could apply by 2/3 vote. Move to override the planning board's recommendation, disapprove case number SU 2020-102, and describe in detail the factors and findings supporting the motion. Your last option would be to return to the planning board by, not your last one, but the next one. Return to the planning board by a majority vote. Return the recommendation to the planning board on case number SU 2020-102 for further consideration at its next regular meeting, with a statement specifying the basis for the governing body's concern whether to approve or disapprove the recommendation. Your final option would be to table, so by a majority vote, move to table case SU 2020-102, and then you have to give the dates, time, and why you're doing it.
Mr. Chairman, since that's my district and I like to have things going, I will move that we approve SU 2021-02.
I was moved,
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Don seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
It seems like there's more campgrounds showing up. Anderson County's got one just west side of Garnett here the last couple of years. That family put a campground in. And I think it's a good deal, so.
I know when we did our travels last fall, there were little campgrounds like this everywhere, so I think it's a good thing. So, okay. So closing remarks would be persons aggrieved by the final decision of the governing body on this matter have 30 days after effectuating resolution is published within which to appeal to district court. We do want to thank all for participating in this discussion. You are welcome to stay for the remainder of our meeting. That's all for agenda item 3.
You guys.
I used on the agenda twice, so I'm making sure she didn't have something about her bylaws she was discussing with us.
Are you ready to do the bylaws now?
Whenever you are.
Mr. Chairman?
Whenever you are.
So periodically, the board goes through and looks at their bylaws to make changes on them. And this time, there was a couple of things in their meetings they wanted to double change. There's just a couple minor things in there that were just statutorial things that changed that we needed to update. So like on the first page under membership, which I had given out, that's just the statute that had changed for incorporating the cities in Coffee County. So that was what the change was on the first page. Do you want me to go over all the changes? I should ask before I continue. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. For some reason, oh, there it is right there. It incorporates the cities, is that what you said?
On the first page, it's the statute that allows the cities to have extraterritorial. They got changed or updated.
Okay.
It's right behind that green sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't had time to read these. Could we table this till next week? We could read it and then have Heidi come in. If we have questions, then we could ask them.
That would be, I mean, I would like to read it. I mean,
I would.
I'm assuming Jesse's in tune to what this is or no?
For the most part.
Okay.
You know, there are a lot of changes in there. Most of them are very small, it appears. Doesn't have any,
Yes.
technically any effect
There were,
on the bylaws as following their adoption, or maybe before county attorney is Wade looked at this and approved, signed off on it.
I don't know if I said I didn't receive it. I don't think I
I'm
have.
sorry.
I don't think I have.
Okay.
There's one, I guess, the one thing that I am aware of is the changing the public hearing issue that I think the chairman attempted to go into a public hearing at the beginning of the meeting, which maybe that's occurred in the past. It does not need to occur, and there's case law that supports that. So that was the only change I was aware of. That I was prepared to discuss that if needed, but outside of that, the other changes, I'm not.
Well, these changes are approved and done by the planning board itself, is that correct?
Yes.
So I mean, I guess to say otherwise, we'd be undermining our planning board, I guess, but
They're
you
making
still
their
want
own,
some time to,
it's their own rules. They're making their own rules. And we need to, actually, I think we need to take a look at it because we're kind of letting them make their own rules if we don't.
Yeah, I think, myself, I think we have a responsibility probably to review it just a little bit more and also have, county council review it.
I guess we're gonna table this discussion for now.
Okay.
And
Appreciate all the work.
next week, is it sufficient for her to come back and discuss this, or do we?
I don't see why next Monday wouldn't be sufficient if we can't review this a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll get it to Wade so he can take a look at it too for you guys.
Yes.
All right, awesome, thank you.
Thank
That
you
would probably be the
guys.
best place.
Okay.
Can you put it on the agenda so we make sure that we
Right,
address it?
yes. Correct. That brings Wayne up.
They come up?
Yep.
All right.
The next on the list.
I was just checking to see if lunch was ordered.
Oh, geez.
Okay. Well,
How much time do you need?
honestly, I started with Jess, but there's several items. I can see myself coming back. What I'd like to do is take the time that I'm allotted at this point, is just go ahead and talk about the landfill fees. And Jeff Byer and his team has done a considerable amount of work on that. And so that was one of my discussion points in my report. So I'm not stepping off from what I was going to discuss. I'm just basically going ahead and injecting that conversation.
Well, I guess my comment would be, I mean, if you know you're gonna need an hour and a half, let's take that note, please.
I'll call Angie. It goes both ways, but I'll call Angie and make sure I get up.
That would be great. You know, if you know you're gonna need,
Put me on the tail end. Yeah.
you can have an hour and a half, as long as we know you're gonna have an hour and a half. That way we don't schedule the next person at 10 after 10 and
Yeah.
he's waiting here till 11:30.
Oh,
And I know we've had to put you off a time or two, and some of it's unexpected, but.
okay. We can do that.
Okay.
I'll work on that one.
Just kind of going full circle, because we used to have you at the end, and then you wanted to be at the beginning for.
I honestly, Bob, I didn't want to be here at all. I mean, if we're gonna be talking truth here, let's just talk
And then,
every week. I mean, my
then
goodness.
we're not giving you enough time, so.
Okay.
Figure it out.
We wanna
You need to
lock
figure
you
out
all
your
the time.
distance.
We
Thank you
want
very much.
lock you all the time you need, just.
Well, with that, I will work on that, and Angie and I will work together to make that happen. Would like to discuss the landfill fees. I think this would be some good time, and then that way, I don't tie up Jeff's whole day as well. But some of the points I'd like to make first is Jeff has done I'm gonna pass these out. Jeff has done a lot of research on this, and this would be, this document here is Jeff's work on going around the counties and asking other municipal landfills what their fees are. And so I'll give Jeff that opportunity to visit about that. Then I'd like to, so I'm gonna have these documents before you, so you can be looking at them as we're talking about them, okay? So this one here says copy, and what it is the current resolution of the landfill fees. So the one says copy is your current approved resolution that's coming around. The next one is draft. So draft is just basically a starting point. As we have this discussion, you like it, don't like it after we get done, but it is not meant to be approved today. I do not have any motion to approve or move forward that resolution. So with that, I'm going to have Jeff step up and talk about basically his discovery. But I'd like to point out a few things, and he's going to have some of this as well. The landfill, it's a pretty big thing. It actually was approved in 2000 as far as the plans, 2001. The other thing that a lot of people don't know is it's highly regulated through the years. I've said this all the time, if there's one place that's going to get you in trouble, it's going to be not complying with the regulations of the landfill. KDHE, this whole book is basically regulations that KDHE has. This was the permit and modifications for the landfill. You can see how big of a file figuring binder this is. So once again, there's a lot of work to the landfill. It's not just basically putting your waste out of sight, out of mind. It's basically putting it in a way that's environmentally safe and is highly regulated by the state and the federal government. So it's pretty important. And so at this point, I'd like Jeff to come up and talk about his discovery on the landfill fees that he found in other counties. And then we'll just see where the conversation goes after that. So.
Okay. And as far as that resolution, it's not, there's a couple things.
Yes, oh yes, on that draft, there's gonna be more discussion on that, so. All right, you have that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning, everybody.
Morning,
Jeff.
I
Jeffrey.
won't take very much time. I know it's valuable. I want to start with just a little bit of history because this all started from conversation you guys had with Wayne a few weeks ago and an article that was in the paper for the city of Garnett and the Garnett bringing the waste to Coffee County. Fairness to Wayne, I knew that waste was coming. He didn't, so I was a little bit surprised at him at that commission meeting when that article come out. And for the record, they no longer bring their waste to Coffee County, and that's only been a couple weeks. So that was a deal where the county and city wasn't getting along for a little while. It's since been rectified, so now they're back to taking their waste to the Anderson County Transfer Station. So just a brief history, the things I thought about is, I've seen that discussion you guys were having with Wayne in early to the mid-90s, and this is not total accurate information, this is just as I remember it in interviewing a few folks. Early to the mid-90s is when EPA came out with their new subtitle E regulations. At that time, the waste was handled in Coffee County. You could more or less build a pit silo and put waste in it, and that was acceptable in the day. Well, so we was in a pickle. We had to decide what to do back at that time, so the committee formed. In the meantime, we met the requirements for a vertical expansion. So it bought us time for this committee to study and decide what we're going to do with the waste. The vertical expansion was basically, we took what we already had up. You know, they were able to prove that the groundwater was contaminated and our daily tons was low enough that we could get by with that for a few years while this study was being done. So my understanding, and there may be other options considered at the time, was to direct haul our waste to another county landfill, build a transfer station, build a subtitle D landfill. At that time, I cannot tell you who all was on that committee. I believe Warren Bell was on there. I think Marilyn was on there. I don't know anybody else, but I also know, I believe Wolf Creek Management had a strong influence in that committee. And they were really pushing for the subtitle D landfill to be built. So it was built and put into operation in December of 2001. It was set up from the very beginning when it was built to accept out of county waste. That was a plan at the time. And there was one time in the mid-2000s that I was actually directed to actively search for more out of county waste than we were getting at that time. So it was rather limited because of location, cost of travel and this and that. So the commission at the time knew the subtitle E would be cost prohibitive. One, the convenience of having the landfill in Coffee County. The fee structure was set up never with the intent to make money, but only to have a revenue stream to help subsidize our operating costs. So that is a real brief history. That is some research, not an in-depth research, based off my memory and a couple interviews of people that were involved at the time. Brings me to the survey that Wayne put out. We have surveyed this more than one way over the years. We've done surrounding counties. We've done private landfills. This is based solely on municipal county landfills. All right, so I didn't include transfer stations. I didn't include private landfill fees. I just got, most of these are all bigger than us, but they do the same business that we do in Coffee County.
What about Greenwood County? I remember they had quite an issue on their landfill a few years ago. Do they still have it, or?
They've got a C&D landfill only.
Okay.
When I started, and I said this was open in December of 2001, I started in January of 2002, we were actually accepting their waste direct haul from Greenwood County. We were getting it, then the Plum Thicket landfill was built, Waste Connections built that, and then they bought a company called Dual County Sanitation. And then they transfer that to Wichita now, and it goes to their own landfill, southeast of Wichita. So that's about all I can tell you about Greenwood counties.
I just remember there's quite a controversy with them for a while.
They were wanting to site one, I think, at one time,
Okay.
or a private company was wanting to come in there. Not to come of it. So anyway, that's the explanation of how these landfills were chosen. The one on the very right, that's a city landfill owned by the city of Salina. The rest of them are all county landfills, and it has our comparable rates.
Just offhand, what's Ham charge? You got an idea? They're one of the biggest ones in the state.
They're around, the last report, I may have that. I do not have that here. I want to say it's around $70 a ton.
That's privately owned, is that correct?
Privately owned landfill,
Yeah, I never really thought maybe the landfill was a money maker, but I guess I just always assumed it was a break-even project, so to speak.
Right, well, it's not. I think our fees would be awful high, and Wayne's got those numbers with him today to be able to tell you kind of what 2019 and 2020 revenue versus cost were. I think you'd really have to bump things to get it to be a break even. You know, I mean, our $15 ton in county, which we're not proposing to change.
Right.
It's been that since '01, you know, diesel fuel and labor cost alone. Right. And what he's proposing is not even taking out of county solid waste or C&D up that much, so we can remain competitive with Allen County, which is in our region. But the bulk of that increase would be in special waste.
So with that, I'm gonna just jump in and just let Jeff stay there. But as you had a good question, so the revenue for 2019 for the number, folks, is $212,060. The expenditures for 2019 was $242,617. So lost revenue of $30,557. Revenue for 2020 was $195,326. Expenditures $243,472. Loss $48,146. Now those numbers come from the sheets that basically that Michelle has for Donna every month, basically showing our cash or receipts. That's the total for the whole year. Basically, those are the gate fees, what we call the gate fees. And then the expenses are basically from the CIC program, showing the 13th month what the year-to-date expenses are. So that's a simple report. That's where that came from. Jeff had come up with the numbers on 2019. Just to give you an idea, our solid waste, our total solid waste versus our out-of-county solid waste, we had 15% comes from out-of-county. Okay, our C&D in 2019, we had 13% out-of-county. Our special waste, we had 90% out-of-county. Okay, that's special waste.
Oh, like the soils, contaminated soils and such?
Yes, sir. And Jeff can give you more on that. In 2020, the same thing. In solid waste, we only had 25% that was out of county in 2020. And in C&D, we only had 13% from out of county. And then For special waste, we have 73%, that came from out of county.
I can see why that would be where it's at.
So, there you go, Jeff.
Bob, I have this same document was handed out on the fees. Carrie had done it about 2 years ago, and she had included Haynes and Lawrence, and it was $70 a ton for solid waste and $70 per ton, construction demolition. Whether that fee's changed, I would imagine in the last 2 years. I'm sure, I don't know. That was from her report a couple of years ago.
Now, Jeff, the expenses for 2020 was 243,000. What's included in that? Salaries are included in it? What else is included in that to cover that expense?
Everything to do the normal day-to-day operations is included in that. So, repairs, diesel fuel, labor, fringe benefits, everything.
So anything is technically out of the pocket.
Anything that's out of pocket.
Is-
Capital improvement expenses aren't out of that.
That's what I would ask, is the capital improvements out of it, or depreciation, which is a non-outlay of cash? I didn't know how you handled the depreciation on that equipment that is assigned to the landfill.
That would be
You see, the
through-
243 could be misleading if you're putting depreciation in it,
No.
because that's a
That would
non-outlay.
not be.
So that's not in there.
No. Your large equipment, your capital outlay, your large equipment purchases, none of that is coming out of there. Now, they'll buy a water pump or
Yeah.
small tools, things like that, they might need.
After your review of this, do you or Wayne have any suggestions on making it, what type of adjustments to make?
Well, that will be in that, resolution, that draft that he put together. As I was telling him as I was walking up, I think we need to look at a couple more changes on there. There's a couple things that need to be added.
Like such as,
Well, does this resolution, Wayne, show the barrels, the telephone poles, the culverts?
No, that's a different one.
Okay,
The ones that we can sell,
that's one thing we need to look at.
that's
changing.
another one. Yeah.
Because we have paint totes now, that are painted, we need to be able to get rid of. The other one is processed tires. The only other county on that study that had a price on processed tires is Allen. That was $125 a ton for processed tires and baled tires. And we're charging,
not much.
not $24 a ton.
Yeah.
For that. I think that's something that really needs to be looked at as well for out-of-county processed tires. The biggest fee move that Wade showed on that document is, out-of-county special waste. I think he's proposing to change, move up $1 a ton in the out-of-county solid waste and out-of-county C&D. And the biggest, there's no change, only change on in-county stuff I think that we discussed was maybe tires.
Yes.
We need to move our tires up a little bit. We're losing, it was $1, it's been $1 for years, costing the landfill probably $1.85 at this point to get rid of them, pushing $2, proposing $2 on a faster tire.
Probably gonna find a lot more of them in the ditch, and you're gonna be picking them up for free.
Bob,
Yeah.
that was a discussion clear back when, that was another committee thing that had to be discussed because we took them free back in the day. And I mean, we were inundated in tires, and tires are a large expense to get rid of. Back then, we had a committeeman from, he worked for TA Travel Center at the time, and he would bring more tires than anybody. You know, in that discovery and that, he said, well, we already charge $9 a tire disposal anyway. So they were putting that in their pocket. We haven't seen any more tires in the ditch from charging that small fee to what we did beforehand. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, but anybody responsible enough to change tires are gonna pay the $2 to.
My take on this is, I remember what the citizens of the county were told when the landfill opened. And so to go back to that, And I realize, yeah, we probably had to start charging something to even help it. But I don't want to feel sorry for the other existing counties around and give them a flat break. And I don't want to raise the end county, but I don't want to give them a flat break where everybody's dragging their stuff in, because the sooner the landfill fills up, the more taxpayer money it takes to build a new cell. So I don't know where this trades off. If we charge pretty close to what the others do, and they don't bring in 500,000 ton this year, that's 500,000 ton that we're not gonna have to build another landfill for down the road somewhere too. So I don't know what the trade-off is. But
That's a good question, Bob, and I'm not sure what you mean when you say what citizens were told when it was built.
Well, our commissioners, when they were selling this, I was a taxpayer at the time. Some of the commissioners sold this with the idea that when the landfill opens, there will never be a charge to Coffee County residents. When the landfill opened, there was a charge to Coffee County residents.
I can't disagree that might not have happened in private conversations, but I don't believe that ever came to a board meeting, whether that was a committee.
But you had
We talked about that.
commissioners saying that.
I don't think that was ever brought up to any kind of a vote in the commission meeting.
Commissioners were saying, but anyway, that's beside the point, but I still don't want to raise. I still think that if we're going to do it, we need to have less out of county come in and not raise the in county.
We're not proposing the in-county.
Yeah.
Other than that tire, we're not proposing that to change a bit.
That seems to be your biggest hindrance out there,
Right.
tires anyway, correct?
Well, yeah, yes. Yeah, so,
But I'm not sure, by looking at these, that I think we're maybe trying to keep our prices a little bit too low for out of the county. I think maybe we should be charging a little bit more.
that's totally your decision, and you're gonna do that. It just, are we prepared to put more money in the operating fund out of the general fund, because
That's what it's gonna take.
Woodson County is, it's a pretty fine line between Allen and us. They're gonna go to wherever they can get the best dollar.
The 195,000 income in 2020, how much that was out of county income?
15%.
15.
For solid waste, it would be, yes.
15,000,
15%.
15%, so you're talking about $29,000.
Well, if Coffee County's $24 a ton, Allen County, it looks to me like it's $51.50.
I talked to them about that. If you look at the line above that, surrounding 13 counties are $25 to $27 a ton. I asked her about the next one's out of the 13 counties is $51.50 a ton. She don't even know why they have that fee, because they never use it. That's almost out of the state type fees.
It would be.
So, they've got it on the books, I suppose, if anybody ever called, but they never use it.
Okay.
You probably got it high enough so they have the opportunity to turn it down.
Are we in the surrounding 13 counties?
Yes, we would, but I didn't ask them what our rate would be in there.
Okay, well, that makes a lot more sense now than the 51.50.
Right. It was, and actually that column is still from Kerry's study. I called them, last week, and they haven't made any changes for the last 2 years. So that's the same as the last report you guys would have been given on Allen County. And I talked to Anderson County, I talked to Scott that runs that over there, and they moved their fees. I think White Garnet come over here for a little while from like $40 a ton to $45, what they charge. Then it's a matter of doing the math, how much diesel fuel and time costs.
You don't have a price on semi tires, or is that truck tires on rims?
Truck tires, let me see.
Truck tires and truck tires.
$5 truck tires.
For semi.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So some of the different columns is because some of the landfills word it differently, so.
Yeah, and the resolution, truck tires is 5 and truck tires on the rim is 10, so. You know, it's one of those deals, it's gonna be hard to reach a compromise towards in the best interest of Coffee County, as well as still has some income coming in from outside the county.
It's a fine line. I was surprised, in doing this research, how much of the waste was in county. I figured a percentage was gonna be a lot higher out of county.
I figured it might be higher,
Because the dollar,
15%.
yeah, so. Well, they're paying $9 a ton more. So I was surprised that those percentages weren't higher. And they're gonna be in 2020 some and 2021, because that project over in Emporia brought in somewhere between 4,000 and 4,500 tons of soil.
But you can also
That's a
use
half
that,
year- that's a
you can
half
also
year.
use that as coverage, so it isn't total, it isn't a total loss.
That's correct.
You want to see some of that you can utilize and get paid to use it. It's a win-win.
Yeah, that's one of your win-wins, but there's not many things that are win-win.
Right.
That's why I say it's kind of hard to arrive at a compromise. That's a good fit for out of county coming in, as well as a good fit for us. Tell
Well, I
us
was-
to come in.
I would say you're gonna have your special jobs, your contacts that they're gonna call and say, hey, we got this dirt, you know, what's your guys' price? Now, do you guys, just one flat price per board, or do you kind of fluctuate for a job?
It is. I don't remember if I was in here, Wayne took care of it. This company, is doing this job right now. They'd asked for a price break, which wasn't given, which, come to find out, it's a super fun site and the state's paying for it anyway. This is information we had to drag out of them. So it was beneficial not to lower that. But at this point, I think everybody's mindset is, no, that's our price. Bring it or not. I mean, it's a long way from any other landfill.
So
where
did
that's-
they or did they not? They did.
They did. That's the 4,000 plus
That's
tons.
where
All right.
that tonnage is coming from. That's that win-win situation.
Mhm.
Of course, that may not happen once in 10 years.
It's a little more often than that, but not usually that big.
Not that way.
We've taken in quite a few train wrecks from far away. We get smaller contaminated soil.
Did you guys get anything from LIFO?
We did.
There was more dirt moved out of
There
there.
was, they started about the same time, as S&S. I don't think they got done a lot quicker. Yeah, but I don't think that was a super fun site. I don't remember the contract. We did get that.
Mr. Chairman, on that, Jeff and I were sitting down, and as we were looking at the draft, as far as the resolution, first thing we said is which rabbit hole you want to go down. It's very difficult to try to come up with a set fee.
Yeah.
So some of the criteria that we looked at was that we wanted to make sure that our out of county well, first we go back to in county, don't change anything, leave in county alone. But out of county, we were looking at Allen County being the closest, and jump in there, Jeff, if I'm wrong, but I believe we had $25 is what they had for out of county. So we felt, let's just go $25 for out of county on ours. Let's just raise ours up to match it. The thing is, you're also gonna have trucking costs. If anybody wanted to move, they're gonna have to consider that. And we felt that we could still get Woodson County, at least, we may lose a little bit of it, but we can still get at least the northern half of Woodson County. And so we proposed that. The other big one was actually the special waste. On the special waste, what we're proposing there is raising that up to match, I believe, Allen County again, but we lowered our cost on the petroleum soil to $30. And the reason why is, as we were saying here, is a win-win, is we don't want to basically cut that off. We'd like to get that soil. It's basically very beneficial. It's one, we get paid for receiving it, and then two, we're able to utilize it. So we basically save costs there. Those are really the biggest changes that you're gonna find is on the out of county, is those two items there. I think I have that in that graph. Yeah. So.
And that's still a $6 a ton increase from what we're doing now. But
Chances are that wouldn't chase any of that opportunity away, but, you know, you take 30,000 out of county income in 20, your expenses aren't gonna come down any at all. They're gonna stay at that 243, in my judgment.
and go up.
And probably gradually work up a little bit, so there, if you get it too high and you chase it all away, then your operating expenses are gonna be 80,000 over your income.
Right.
So that, again, where do you reach that level playing field? It's a plus for everybody involved.
Right.
And every year is gonna be different, just like this year, you got a lot of tonnage coming in, it's gonna bring good income that we can utilize.
Like, and I think, I didn't do the research on it, it probably shows in the numbers that the 2 hailstorms we've had the last 2 years, we've taken out a lot. They've taken out a lot of shingles, a lot of weight there that'll eventually go away.
Wayne was talking about being comparable to county, which the $24 compared to $25, which 25 is what they had and being the same. Well, then we get down to demolition waste. They're to $25, but you're proposing $22.50. Why aren't we raising that one up to actually match them? We're going to get people. We're not going to get everybody. I mean, it doesn't matter. But if the trucking is cheaper here, they're going to come here, and we're going to get everything on this side. So I'm really not opposed to basically matching our biggest competitor, which is Allen County, and people can decide which way they want to go.
And that'd be fine. Just take that on the draft resolution, mark that up, utilize that with what we give you, and, we can make adjustments to it. One thing would just, once again, would be the petroleum soil. We want to be less in Allen County because we want it. I mean, it's a win-win for us.
And I understand that, yeah.
And so, and actually too, there is that program, that we can actually sign up at the state and give them what our price would be, and might be beneficial as well, to get that petroleum type soil. But yes, that's what we're doing. We looked at the rabbit hole and just said, well, let's just compare with Allen County as much as possible and make adjustments accordingly. We raised the out of county only for the most part. But the raise was actually comparing to Allen County.
People live down that way. Even if we're $1 cheaper, they're going to go down county because of the trucking. It's going to be cheaper. So one way or another.
So
Woodson County, has an ad valorem tax on there, so their residents use the transfer station at no additional cost at the transfer station. So then it boils down, mostly our volume is going to come from that transfer station, which is about within a couple miles of the exact same distance from their transfer station as Allen County's landfill. Nice thing is they don't have to go through, they got to drive through Iowa and all the stoplights and all that stuff. So, but yeah, that being in draft, and Wayne and I I'd like to do a little more work with him on it, especially have some more discussion on the processed tires.
I think you probably need to have some more discussion.
$45 a ton or not.
You may need to do some more discovery, and of course, after this visit with the commission, you've kind of got a general idea of what maybe our position is.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, put some more, do some more discovery and come back next week or the week after, and hopefully adopt something that would work.
Whatever you like. I'm not sure what other discovery we need. Basically, going to be on the processed tires. I don't know what your feeling is on that at this point, but that's quite a spread. Quite a spread for that.
I think passenger tires at a filling station, if they have to dispose of your tires, I think it's $7 a tire.
I'm not sure.
And it's up for truck tires. I think it's probably $10 to $12 for a semi tire.
you know.
Maybe 15, I don't know.
Is that something you want us to consider some more as well, as far as, in county? We're gonna change some wording in this resolution as well, hopefully, because, this may have just been a Jeff Byer rule, I don't know, because it's not in the resolution, I didn't read it well, but I don't accept out-of-county tires. Yeah, I've never accepted out-of-county tires.
If it costs us $1.85 to get rid of a car, I have no problem with raising it to like $2. But I don't want to try to match what it costs the individual, because if you're getting a set of tires changed and they're charging you $7, are you gonna take the tire and say, no, I can haul them somewhere for $2? No, you're gonna let them do it to $7 and move on.
That's what most do, and then those dealers are hiring somebody to come get their tires.
Yeah, either that or they're bringing them out to us and paying the $2, but then they have expenses in it also, so.
Correct.
I wouldn't be in favor of raising any on anything in county, but, you know.
You're all right with the $2 on the tires, faster tire?
Or $1. It's $1 now, right?
You said it costs us $2 or whatever to get rid of them, right?
It's around $1.85,
Yeah.
the last I knew.
This draft has got 250.
Maybe we have to
It does.
be another one of those items we look at throughout the week. And
Well, I think they can go back and do some more research.
Yeah.
One of the deals.
$2
For $2, but I don't.
The 250s are up,
yeah,
that's a minimum for a passenger car, Don.
I'm sorry.
That 250, that top row, that's the minimum charge for solid waste on a passenger car. Couple lines down is the tire.
That's passenger car waste, Don.
oh, yeah.
So-
Okay. So, yeah, you have $2 for a tire,
So-
tires on it. Yeah.
If you don't mind, can I just, so for the changes that we have so far, it's not to say that you're gonna vote on it next week. You still got another week or whatever you need to talk about it a little bit more. But, solid waste out of county, the change I have here is to make it $25 a ton, minimum of $10. That $25 basically comes from Allen County, kind of comparing. Are you okay with that? If you want me to just check as we go. Okay. Passenger tires, we raised it up to $2. Now, once again, this is in county only because we don't accept out of county tires. So, and then passenger tires on rim, we have at $3. Once again, we're not trying to match basically what, the tire companies are charging. We're just raising our fee a little bit for what it actually costs us to dispose of the tire. That pretty much takes care of that one. Let's see. We did put, we changed a little bit on the 55-gallon drum barrels. Is that right, Jeff?
Not in county, out of county.
Just out of county? And so the change there is at $30. What were we doing before on that one?
55-gallon barrels, what was in those 55-gallon barrels? It had to be just, does it matter?
There's a lot of stuff that comes in 55-gallon drums.
Well, I know, but
For
I mean,
example-
do you limit the type of fluids that was in that barrel?
Oh, there's no fluids. They're usually new barrels that they have to buy to put their waste in. For example, Wolf Creek has multiple things. They're welding rod ends,
Okay.
tips, barrels of those,
I just thought you
oily
were
rags.
taking somebody's 55-gallon barrel.
Hmm.
Okay.
No, then these barrels are buried. We don't dump them out and we bury them.
Is that contamination in that barrel can cause you a problem though? You know, the
It
chemical
can-
is where you gotta have everything you dispose of is gonna be triple rinsed. Absolutely triple rinsed.
Right.
Why wouldn't something like that have to be required for that?
This
To
is,
expose your landfill.
this is what classified as special waste, not hazardous waste. So yeah, is there
But you don't
potential?
know if it isn't hazardous.
Well,
You have to have it tested, right?
they do have to have it
Yeah.
tested. And they have to have a permit from KDHE. There's a guy that's nothing, that's all he does is permit them whether it's acceptable to go into a subtitly landfill or no, it's a hazardous waste generator and you've got.
So it is classified as hazardous or not.
Special, it's special. It's it's special.
And that's the sentence just about it. Permitted industrial waste, KDHE permitted, permit required. That's defining special waste. They know what can be placed in our type of landfill, and that's part of the permit. So Jeff can only accept anything that is permitted in our landfill. And so those rates, once again, in-county rates don't change. So if somebody brings a special waste that's a 55-gallon barrel, it's $15 in county. If they're resident business in county. Out of county, we make it $30.
That's a good discussion point right there to go back to what some of Bob's saying. There's a company, I wish I could think the name of it. Sure, I could tell you right offhand. They're bringing us 55-gallon drums from all over the state. They're a remediation company going and doing a small job here, a small job here, and they'll collect four or five barrels and permitted and bring it here. There's a reason they're doing that, because we're entirely too cheap on that.
Maybe that's one we need to be looking at then.
That's why we did that. That's why we doubled that price for the drums. Larson and Associates, that's the name of the company. It didn't take Carrie long to figure out, this is odd, because the locations that she was saying that they were doing the
Aren't they
work.
coming from the windmills?
Larson's?
Uh-huh.
Some may be, but they're coming from all over the state. I mean, from Lawrence and Wichita, I mean, just all over the place.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, exactly. So, that's one reason we look real hard at special waste.
And on special waste, once again, that's the, 90% in 2019 and 73% in 2020. That's all out of county waste. So if we're able to raise that up just a little bit, it's not a significant amount of tonnage, but if we're able to raise that up a little bit, we can drive our income up without charging more to in-county. So that was why we were driving it that way. So that now 5-gallon containers, same thing, it's special waste. And so we got it at $12.50 is what we're doing out of county. In county still stays the same. And then once again, we say, basically now if this is loose material, that's special waste. In county, it's 15, no change. Out of county, $50 per ton, except for petroleum contaminated soil, which we would be charging $30 a ton.
Which is still competitive.
Yes.
Jeff, I think you're headed where what I'm trying to say is, let's try to keep the taxpayers who are actually paying taxes for these landfills yearly the best we can, and let's get a little bit more from the ones who want to come in.
I think we've done that with this resolution. Now it's just come down to like Wayne was checking that off. If he comes back with a resolution, are you happy with the $25, or would you like to see more? I mean, if double-edged sword, if we run them off, we're gonna that 15% that you see in 2019, we're gonna have to come up with that in our operating.
Is $1 going to make that much difference? It depends on where you're located.
Couple $1,000.
That 15%, well, for me, it's basically based off the solid waste.
That $1 makes it go down to 13%. So what? I mean,
It's not gonna change.
2% less that we're putting in our landfill.
Well, that's just on tires. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what your meaning was.
The 15% on the solid waste.
15% of total revenue, not
Right.
necessarily the tonnage, but the total revenue. I think
Right.
What Don had.
Oh, so you're saying just bump the out of county up $1 or $2? I mean, I guess I'm just.
Well, that's what we've done. That's what that resolution shows, a simple dollar increase from the old resolution. $1 per ton, except we'll raise up out of county C and D from 2250 to 25 to match.
Yeah.
Match Allen County.
Yeah.
My mind was still.
And solid waste should be the same
That's the change we're.
as Allen County, in my opinion,
Yeah, and then see what happens.
for Allen counties.
See what happens. Yeah.
Right.
And that small increase shouldn't chase anybody away either.
No.
Shouldn't. And this may be too much information, Don, but back on special waste a little bit. When that comes in, Wayne and the folks out there, they have to shoot that man, get a latitude and longitude for where that waste is at. If KDC comes back and finds out that that waste is causing any trouble to the environment, that company still owns that waste. We don't take ownership of that waste. It's still their responsibility. We have to dig it out and mitigate it. Never happened, but that's my understanding of it as well.
Well, most of it goes to indemnified landfills. Because once it dumps at a indemnified landfill, it's the landfill's property.
Right.
Not the individual that brought it in.
Right. And we do take care of it for them in the best way we know how, but if it ever caused trouble, you can still go back to them if they're still in business.
Scary to think that.
Any other questions or guidance for me on this topic at this point?
I don't have any. Again, earlier, I was questioning what Bob was saying. My mind was still stuck on the tires for some reason, but, no, it's headed the direction I was thinking.
And
Actual loss in is what's in that. It wasn't as much as what I thought it would be.
I think even any changes made on this, you may not want to, I mean, we may want to go ahead and get it approved enough, but I don't know if you want to make any changes until like January 1 of 22. Possibly to give these companies or counties chance to look at their budgets as well. I don't know. Or July 1st, just some kind of a date, not just, here you go. Not gonna be a huge budget impact, but something. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't read that. See, I only read about half of what he gives me.
Just all the resolutions, even the last one was done in 2007.
Okay,
So because of that fact.
all right.
You know, we're discussing on that. All right.
Just let you get back on schedule. I'll get back and back.
All right. Anybody need a break?
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. 5 to 10, how's that?
Yeah. No, it's good. You know what help you is? Glad you're there. Glad you've been on. Thank you.
Yes. I do not.
You can take these.
I don't want to take the rest.
I'm very down.
Might as well save your folders. I think,
They'll be back in a short, but
They don't want to.
my only thing is Bob might wanna, but you've got the information in this book here for the changes. So I don't know, I think he was planning on giving you that.
I was trying to. do some research.
Trying to get the food bank here. They can't come out until June or early. Because I think it's important to bring one of their backpacks and be able to show it in person.
did you get?
Some places are only going to come out live and others are die or qualified.
And hopefully that'll change the next month or two. Thank you very much. That was fun, trying to figure out what's going on. We should be sending the resolution or something.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Heidi's resolution. Moving kind of slow there.
Huh?
Moving kind of slow there.
If I sit right on, I'm better off walking 10 miles than I am sitting for that or that.
Ooh.
Yep. Pardon?
One of the great, Eric got to walk into the room. So, and this man, he sat way up here and working here.
Did she send any questions? Yeah. I talked to her that one day on this longevity deal and some other things. And waste energy or something.
He'll be back down.
Well, so when you do that, and one of the ones that I read out of Missouri, will be law enforcement, what they say, law enforcement, federal agents who come in and so you want to make sure that there is some enforcement.
Looks like I have my spam calls already.
That is where.
Don, how did Leroy do?
The girls, they lost the first night in the sub-state by 25 points, somewhere in that area. St. Paul's girls team's pretty good, and they went on and won the finals, so they're going to state. And then Leroy boys won their first game, but then they lost to Waverly. So Waverly, yeah, they played Waverly. So Waverly boys are going to the state. And I don't know where the state's at this year.
I don't know either.
It was, it's been in Hill City, but I know they've changed that stuff all around.
Yeah, they have.
We are back. Do we need to wait for Angie or?
We don't have anybody here.
Give them a couple minutes. Well, we're all here. Bob is starter is up.
Fred, go ahead.
Sure.
Alright. Let y'all know me, then I get rattling sometimes, so I wrote myself a script. I appreciate you letting me talk to you all about this. I don't know, I'm with Convention of States is what I'm here for, I suppose you know that. All right, I'm sure we can all agree federal governments and our business in ways they were never intended to be. They're spending our kids' money as fast as they can print it, maybe even faster. We have career politicians who are more concerned about the next election and themselves than the people they were sent to represent. We have unelected bureaucrats writing regulation with force of law, and a lot of time they have their own police force to back that up. And if that isn't enough, then our Constitution is slowly being rewritten by the Supreme Court decisions and definitions that allow laws to be overbearing and abusive. Stop for a second. There's that pocket constitution that a lot of us have and believe we're operating on. We are, but the Supreme Court has taken that. There's a book about this thick. It's called Constitution Annotated. It's put out by the government printing office, and it's almost 3,000 pages. And it court decisions and stuff that has happened that has affected this and changed what this says. And that's what they're going by. And I'm not wanting to put Eric on the spot, but he made a video here just recently showing a book that they get every year up there at the State House that adds to that. That's more that's changed. Anyway, our Constitution was formed to restrict the federal government, not the people. However, the founders knew that it was only natural for government to grow and become more powerful. So they worked real hard to make sure the states and the people were in control. They tried to make sure they covered all their bases and put it in a document that's really easy to read. This doesn't take long to read, and if you can read, it's easy to understand what it says when you get that. They knew it was impossible to create the perfect government, and they put in the amendment process in Article 5. I honestly think that Article 5 is the most powerful sentence in the whole Constitution. It's the only way you can change it.
It's the only way that you can make corrections. It's the only way you can change a word in that, or anything in the Constitution is with Article 5. And the only way that those changes, those amendments can become part of the law of the land is if the states ratify it. So states are in charge. I've been a volunteer now for almost 7 years, for Convention of States for almost 7 years. And we're trying to grow grassroots support for the states to use Article 5 amendments convention to propose some amendments that would address 3 topics: impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and term limits on Congress and federal officials. And I'm here asking for your endorsement. I have stuff here. I'll give this to you. It should be one for everybody. And there's my card is on top with my, my contact information, and the Convention of States platforms on the back of my card. And then there's a postcard there, and actually this, Eric, here's a picture for that postcard back several years ago. And it's got the Article 5 and a sample application that we're trying to get passed at the state legislatures. They all have to say basically the same thing for it to get, for a convention to get called. 34 states. 34 states are required for the Congress to call the convention. And then there's a sample resolution, a model resolution, or whatever that I'm asking you to consider, and an essay explaining the difference between a constitutional convention and an Article 5 convention, and an endorsements page which shows what media people have said about us as we've been going along these last 7 or 8 years, and then a card about the Supreme Court and the Second Amendment on the back. I tell people all the time the most important positions on the ballot for any of us to vote for are county sheriff, county commissioners, if you live in town, city commissioners, the mayor. Our government was set up so that we would be in charge. I don't want to take anything away from the president. It's an important job, it's a very important job. But it's not supposed to be as important as it's turned into. Now, I used to, when I was younger, think the only time I had to go vote was if there was a president being elected. I didn't even bother going to the primaries because I figured, well, somebody else can figure out who was going to vote for it. That was the wrong approach. I've learned as I've gotten older. Probably the most important election to go to is the primary, because a lot of the times that's where the election is won. I feel like your endorsement would go a long ways to supporting our state legislatures in this important cause. Going back to what I just said about y'all being some of the most important people that we can elect, you're supporting, like Jesse's in my district, and I know he's going to do his best, not just for Coffee County, but for the people in his district. I know that. Or I wouldn't have voted for it. And, it's up to us, the grassroots and the local government officials to make this happen, to save our republic. It's not gonna, I'm sure. You can watch about 10 minutes of the news in the morning and you gotta go find something else to do to get your head right. Because, I usually go out and hang out with my chickens and turn on some Christian music or something and spend some time outside with a coffee cup. But, otherwise, everything you need to know that they're telling you is going to mess your day up. Anyway, we got to do something. Or we're gonna lose what we got. And when I got involved in this, I keep pointing back there at Eric. I can't. He's one of the people who got me involved in this. He didn't mean to, but he did. And because he made a comment there one time when we were sitting around complaining about the government that we need to have an Article 5 convention of states. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't tell him that because I didn't want him to know that at the time. I do now because I laugh at it. My wife, I went home there one day and I was still trying to drive a truck, and I went home one day and she says, you hear what happened today? And it was one of those executive orders that the president had done that was questionable about whether it was even constitutional. Yeah, I heard, truck drivers, you can only listen to so much rock and roll, and you got to listen to something else. We listen to a lot of talk radio. And so, yeah, I'd heard. And anyway, she says, well, why doesn't somebody do something about this? And I said, well, Kim, if I could go to Washington and get an appointment with President Obama, I'd go. And I said, no, wait, he won't. I can't get an appointment. And I said, but if I could, I could tell him what I think, and he's got his own agenda. He doesn't care who I am. I'm just Bob. And she said, well, somebody's got to be able to do something. And I said, well, that'd be Congress. And so she says, well, why aren't they? And I said, because they're not doing their job. They want to win their next election. And anyway, back and forth a little more. And she said, that's all I hear is a lot of talk. Nobody ever does anything. And so I thought about what Eric had said there that day when we were talking, and I looked it up. I found the Convention of States project. I saw who was running it. I saw who was endorsing it. Most importantly, I saw what they were trying to do. And all the things they're trying to do, those 3 topics, impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, term limits on Congress and federal officials. Y'all, that's all putting the federal government back in the box they were supposed to be in to begin with. And there's no restrictions on the people here. That's the way it's supposed to be. And so, anyway, thanks for listening to me. If you got any questions, I'd like to try to answer them. What do we gotta do as commissioners to endorse the Convention of States? For Coffee County. First, I'll be honest, first thing on the back of both of those 2 cards on the top, there's QR codes or conventionofstates.com. You can just go there, or you can scan those QR codes with your phone, and it'll take you to the website. First thing, about 10 seconds after you get there, there's going to be an opportunity to sign the petition. Okay.
there's let's get all these numbers put together for it. It was almost 28,000 Kansans have now signed the petition. When, it's been hard to go to the Capitol here since about this time last year. And, unless you're gonna wear a mask and stuff. I'm not good in a mask. I'm glad I didn't have to wear one today. I'm not against masks. I'm telling you, I have a hard time with it. You probably heard me huffing just walking up. Anyway, when you sign a petition, what it actually does is the legislators get an email saying that somebody in their district has just signed a petition. And then we try to, when we make an appointment to meet with the legislator, we try to take a list of those petition signers up. I'll never forget, it's been a few years back, Bruce Gibbons was our senator, and I went up to see him. I'd seen him before. I'd saw him the year before, and he said, "Well, I don't really have to worry about this, Bob. It's not in the Senate." And I said, "No, but it's in the House." And I said, "If we can get through the House, we're gonna come to the Senate." And I said, "I'll keep coming up here, and I'll try to, answer your questions and stuff." Well, I went up there the next year, and I took up the folder of these petition signers, and I handed it to him. There was like 420 some people at that time. There's like 800 now in that same district. And I handed it to him, and he sat down on his desk, and he's looking through it, and said 400 and something. And he says, "I know some of these people." I said, "Sure you do." And he says, "This one here's one of my best friends." So he put it down, and he says, "Okay," he says, "I told you I would look into this and try to learn more about it." And he said, "I did." And he says, "My question is why shouldn't we do this? What are the people saying that we shouldn't do this?" And anyway, my point is with that is those numbers make a difference. It gets their attention. And because there's people that are saying don't do it. There's a group of people, there's a couple groups of people out there that try to spread the idea that this could run away and rewrite our whole Constitution. That the Constitutional Convention was actually a runaway convention, and they might take our Second Amendment away or our First Amendment away or something. All the applications from each of the states that we're working with say basically the same thing. These three topics is what they can talk about. As far as a runaway convention, there never has been one. I won't tell you that right now. That's a lie. Some people, they say, "Oh, but they went in there and they locked the doors and they just rewrote the Constitution and came out." You know what? When they got done on September 17th, 1787, they walked out of that building and they had a piece of paper that was a proposal for a new government. It wasn't a law. It was a proposal. And then it had to go to the states to be ratified. And so there's never been a runaway convention. That's a lie. And Article 5 itself says right in it, that if it's ratified, it becomes part of this Constitution. I'm not going to try to read it. It's right there. It becomes part of this Constitution. There's nothing about that, and all it is, again, all it is proposal. When I first started doing this, the first time I went to the state capitol 6 years ago, And, it was on President's Day. I had been asked by our state director, he sent out emails to all the volunteers, and letting them know that, hey, he was a banker at the time, and he said, I'm gonna be up there, they're gonna be in session, if you can make an appointment with your legislator, come on up. Well, I did. And Senator Forrest Knox and Representative Peggy Mass were our legislators at that time. And Peggy and I had been emailing back and forth, and a few phone calls, and she agreed that we needed to do something, but I don't know. I'm just not sure this is the right thing to do. We might be creating more problems than we have. And when that day when we met and we sit down, we talked about it a while, and the same thing, she said the same thing. And I said, look, this is what it amounts to. If 34 states can come to make application, then all it is a meeting of the states. All the states get invited. Each state gets one vote, doesn't matter how many delegates you send. It's just a meeting. And there's no law that can come out of it. The only way it can become law is if it's good enough for 38 states to ratify it. There's 99 legislative bodies in the United States. Nebraska only has one. If, for instance, Kansas, say they were looking at ratifying a proposal for an amendment, and the Senate says, yeah, this is good, and they pass it. And then it goes to the House, or the other way around. But now it goes to the House, and the House says, no, we don't want to do this. It just failed in Kansas. So if 13 of those 99 legislative bodies in different states, they have to be in different states, but if 13 of them said no, then it just failed. I'm not too worried about something that's going to be bad. No, I shouldn't say that. There's two amendments to our Constitution that I think are really bad for our country, and that's 16th and 17th. They got ratified in a pretty progressive era. They were proposed by Congress. If I remember right, the 17th, they were actually trying to call a convention for the same reason. 17th is popular vote of senators. Up until that time, the state legislatures picked the senator. So basically, and the 16th is taxation, is direct taxation. Up until that time, the federal government had to come to the states to get their money. And so, Mark Meckler, the president of Convention of States, I followed him around there. One day I made him a whole bunch of appointments up here at Topeka. And so I was with him when we went to him. And I think I even heard him say it in another deal too anyway, but he says, to be a U.S. Senator back before the 17th Amendment, he said, it's quite a job. All you had to do is be able to say no. Because, for instance, the healthcare bill, when they passed it, and they said that, we gotta pass it, what's in it, it would have went to the Senate at that time, and if they were responsible, the state legislature, they would say, wait a minute, this isn't federal business, this is state business. No, we're not even gonna look at it. But instead, they're trying to win a popular vote election. And politics said pass it. Anyway, I don't know. Sign a petition, and then I put in this model resolution, I call it. There's 2 pages here. And if y'all, that's why I guess that's really why I'm here. I feel you being the representatives for Coffee County, I'm gonna be honest with you. My son told me, he says, I don't sign petitions. He says, what if I put my name on something and it all goes bad? And I said, well, Sam, it's already going bad. But my point with that is, he's not the only one. My brother Steve, he told me one day, he said, no, I'm not gonna do that. He said, it's not good for business. But now if you listen to him talk, I mean, he's not the business you realize. He's right there with us. He keeps telling me, keep doing it. You're doing a good job. Well, I'm asking for your help. If you could look at that and I don't know, I was thinking if you could possibly pass this. I'll be honest with you, I don't want you to do it for any other reason than you believe that this needs to happen. And then I'm pretty sure that it'll be introduced in the Senate real soon. It's an exempt committee and legislation, so it can be introduced at any time. I'm pretty sure it's going to be introduced this week. Anyway, and then there'll be a committee hearing, and if this were passed, then I could take it up there and put it on the committee table so that those legislators in the Senate say, wow, Coffee County wants this to happen. And I think also, if they saw that Coffee County wants this to happen, then other counties will do the same thing. I believe that. I think most people, in fact, in the 7 years that I've been doing this, I've had 2 people that told me everything's fine just the way it is. This is a waste of time. Okay, 2. And I'm working at this pretty hard. So
you're saying Coffee County needs to pass a resolution you're saying Coffee County needs to pass a resolution to the Convention of States within the county?
I would like that.
For support?
Yes. And if you read that, that's really what it says. The last paragraph, there's a lot of whereas, a lot of, this is why we need to do it. And then it's the last paragraph on this 2-page thing here is basically, and it's, the last paragraph says everything. The rest of it is, this is why we need to do it. And I don't know, I know, have you had a chance to read that?
Looked at it a little bit.
Okay. I ran into Wade yesterday at church and told him, well, actually, he knew I was gonna be here. So,
Caught him on his day off.
mhm.
Caught him on his day off.
Yeah. And so,
You don't
and
have-
he
you don't
said,
have-
he would probably need to read it, and so, anyway, that's the reason.
Well, that's what I would go forward with saying, that if this is something Eric Smith believes in, I believe in Eric Smith, and you would have my sole support. I couldn't speak for the rest of the commission. Or if legal says it's just something we should or shouldn't do, so.
Is this something that the board can move on and chairman can read and take a vote to support the Convention of States for Coffee County?
Bob?
You can. I just like to make sure I've had a chance to digest what it says and what implications it has for Coffee County. I mean, it may be fine, but as Bob indicated, he and I ran into each other at church yesterday. I just mentioned to him, I saw he was on the agenda, and then he kind of filled me in on what was happening. He sent me a copy of the resolution, and that's as far as we've got.
I have a question, Bob. I know you're asking this as a commission, and I support what Wade says. I want his opinion.
I understand.
But as individuals, is this also, as an individual person, something that we could, is there a way that an individual can support this?
Yes, if you could go to the website, sign the petition, and, you know, I've never done what I'm doing right now. I don't know if anybody else in the state of Kansas has done what I'm doing right now. And I'm sure there's questions on how much impact it would have. But at the same time,
We're kind of used to impact down here.
I say that the power comes from the local government. I know that. That's the way it's supposed to be. And as representatives of Coffee County, then I thought, I'm gonna do this. And so I asked them, if there's anything I could go with, you know, I asked the national people on up in the organization for me. And I don't know for sure who wrote this, but you know, they've got lawyers and stuff. I'm sure they're trying to do it the right way. I've been blown away by what I've seen while I've been doing this. You know, I go up there and speak and I see how hard they work and stuff up there. Being in here this morning and seeing what's going on in here, you know. Thanks, guys. I don't know what else to say other than that. Thanks.
Thanks for bringing it up. I don't know if Eric could have anything else to say, you know, to add to your comments or what?
I appreciate it. As a person, not a representative of Cobb County Sheriff's Office, the only thing I'd say to you is this is part of the Republican platform as well, this whole movement. So that's something also to look at for credibility. There are a number of issues in here that Bob has brought up that you'll need to do your own vetting on. We can't push it on you, and I don't think Bob is trying to. But it certainly is something that's been near and dear to my heart. It's one of the reasons why I got involved in the being a state representative. I was up there lobbying, trying to educate some legislators up there on how this works. And so since then, it's something I was supposed to carry it last year. COVID shut us down on the day I was supposed to carry it. And so we didn't get to carry it. But other than that, I'd be glad if you guys individually want to ask questions or come up with questions or whatever, I'd be glad to answer them. Absolutely.
Thank
you. I don't know if Wade remembers from yesterday. I thought it was probably going to sound kind of silly, but I'm going to tell you this from my heart. I would really rather probably that you didn't pass it unless all of you thought it needed to happen.
Well, then that's where I go back to say, this is something Eric Smith believes in. I believe in Eric Smith, and I'd like to research it myself. I can't speak to the rest of the commission, and Wade definitely needs to take a look at it and make sure there's no backlash gonna come our direction if we all did support it, so.
And, my phone number, my cell phone number is here on this card. And if there's any questions that you have for me, I might not answer the phone if I don't know who it is. And so you might leave me a message or send me a text. I'm trying to get better about going ahead and just answering the phone. Sometimes I'm like, you don't really want to put a warranty on the car, or I don't know, whatever, you know.
I get it.
But yeah, I really wish you'd look at it. Signing the petition is a big thing. You know, when I did get involved in this, when I made that first trip to speak, it's just a little stuff, and then I'll leave you alone. I know you got important things to do besides this. That state director, he's regional director now. He's got like, I think he calls it the Wild West or something. He's got Northwest. And
and Kansas still. He living in Manhattan now. He lived in Marion at the time. Like I said, he was a banker. Now he's on national staff. Anyway, at the time he was state director, and he asked me while I was up there that day, he says, Bob, we don't have a district captain down there. And that's what we call the person that's kind of like the head of a legislative district. This District 76, they didn't have one. He said, why don't you do that? And I said, well, I don't know. I said, I think I know somebody that'd probably be better. And I went back and talked to Eric. And Eric said, I'm pretty busy right now. He said, why don't you do it? And I'll be there and support you any way I can. Well, he was. We started making trips to go to meetings and stuff. And last year, I was pretty excited. The chances of it passing the House, we got a requirement in Kansas for 2/3 majority to pass in the House. None of the rest of the states have that requirement. And so that's a big deal. And we weren't sure if we could get it passed or not, but Eric was fixing to carry it out on the floor on Tuesday. And he was prepared. Like nobody I've ever seen. He was prepared to carry it out on the floor. And then the governor shut the Capitol down. And they went into like emergency mode to get stuff done so they could close up. And so he didn't get to carry it out on the floor. But I was, I don't know. That's a pretty good guy right there. Anyway, I'm done. Unless you got some questions.
I thank you for coming forward with this. I wasn't aware of it, so.
I appreciate it.
I will look into it myself.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob.
That's all I can ask. And so thanks for your time. And like I say, call me if there's anything I can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Wayne, you want to finish up?
Yes, sir.
Need another hour and a half or?
I'll try to cut it a little bit shorter, but thank you. That was a big one.
I'll put the salary, sorry, I'll put the salary study discussion off. But I'm sure that's okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Eric.
Well, one road permits, zoning, you've already done zoning, you also have the landfill totals. The biggest one on this is I have several motions, and this would be to go ahead and start the process for the asphalt projects that we have already placed out on our 2021 construction list. Also too, this is the time that we start advertising or request to advertise for summer help. And so most of all of this is things that we do annually. And so that's the motions that you have before you. And each one of those, unfortunately, I know are very long, but they are given a location and what we're proposing to do for the hot mix projects. And so with that being said, that's what we got to start with. And then I do have one hand-carried motion. It would be a correction to a map for a chip seal on our 2021.
So motion 2021-17, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to advertise and hire up to 11 temporary seasonal employees.
That's what we had last year.
That's what we had. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 2021-18, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A2101-C hot mix asphalt project, approximately 1 mile of 1.5 inch hot mix, 26 feet in width overlay on Emmer Road, 4th to 58. Is that correct?
58 highway, yes, that's correct.
Funds to be paid from the general fund, public works asphalt line item. This all focuses, or, goes back to what you referenced in your project, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All of these locations are mapped, or the maps of these locations are in the 2021 construction book.
No news to any of us.
Correct.
I'll move. Jesse moved.
I'll second.
Bob seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
2021-19, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit bids for A2 102 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 2 miles of 1.5-inch hot mix, 26 feet in width, overlay on Links Road to 11th to Quail 11th Road to Links Road to 6th Street. Funds to be paid from the general fund, public works asphalt line item.
I'll make that motion.
Tim moved. I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
2021-20, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A 2103 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 2 3/4 miles of 1.5-inch hot mix overlay on 11th Road, Planter Road to Quail Road, 11th Road to 12th Road, and 14th Road, Caper Road, and 1/4 mile, is that right? Links Road. Funds to be paid from the general fund, public works line item.
So move.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Maybe I should have called those into one motion, huh? Based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A2104.
You need to vote on that last one.
Oh, sorry, going through them too quick. All in favor?
Aye.
Based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A2104 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 2 miles of 1.5-inch hot mix overlay on 16th Road. Would the dash mean 2 Caper, then 2 Links, or what? 16th Road to Caper Road?
Okay, so on that one,
I mean, they're all the same, but I mean, it's just.
what we have is, we're on 11th Road, and it's from Planter to Quail. That's kind of where you, that's how you'd read it. And then the other one would be, you're on Quail Road, and then you go 11th to 12th.
Okay. Overlay on 16th Road, Caper to Link. 16th Road to 17th Road. Funds to be paid from the general fund, public works line item. All of it. Second.
I'll second.
Don seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
2021-22, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A2105 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 2 miles of 1-inch milling and 2 miles of 1.5-inch hot mix overlay. 27th on Dobbin to Emmer Road, 27th, Bonner Road, 1/2 mile to 5th Street. Where does that actually?
That would be up there, by Lebo.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. 27th Road, funds to be paid from general fund, public works line item, public works asphalt line item.
I'll move.
Jesse moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 2021-23, based upon recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the engineer's request to solicit bids for A 2107 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 1/10 of a mile of 1-inch milling, 1/10 of a mile of 1.5-inch hot mix overlay, 75 highway east 500 feet. Funds to be paid from the general fund, public works line item. Actually, it's on 27th Road, 500 feet east of 75.
Is that before Rivers?
That one's gonna be, yes, they're at 75, Yes, that's gonna be basically Four Rivers, the frontage road.
That'd be it.
Yes, sir. Just past the drive is really where it's gonna be at.
I'll move.
Jesse moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, I have, and I apologize, on 2021-19. And the location, I feel that I'm looking at this and I feel that I have the wrong location for the motion for you. It's a little mixed up. So if you don't mind, maybe you can help me on this as well. I should be on Links Road and I should be from 11th to 12th. Okay? And so if you're looking at that motion, that should be Links Road from 11th to 12th. And then it should be on 11th Road, Links to 6th Street. Okay, that one's correct.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, but the first one is not correct because that goes 11th to Quail, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So that one needs to be corrected from Links Road, 11th to 12th.
11th Road links to 6th Street. 6th Street is,
That's the city portion of it. That would be this little portion right up here by the city. That would be that little L there. Yeah. That would be that little L.
Yeah,
right
that
there.
short piece in there.
That 2 miles right there. So,
and that's,
I apologize, I got that motion. Okay? So if you don't mind, could I ask for a revised motion of 2021-19 that would reflect basically the correct location of the overlay on Links Road from 11th to 12th in place of 11th to 12th Road. That's the revision of the location.
The rest is correct, though, correct?
The rest would be correct.
So I guess I'll need a motion to approve that change.
Tim did it first time, Tom seconds, so.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
You gotta do that part after you get it.
Thank you. Yes. And I was rushing you for a while.
You're fine.
Okay, this next one is, it's fairly simple in respect. It's, what it amounts to is in our, and I'll go around and hand these out. If you don't mind going on this one. In our construction book, we have a summary list. And so in the summary list, what you'll find is on the red is it was on the map, but it wasn't on the summary list. That's the very bottom one there. So that's revised on that, okay? So when we were figuring up our chip seal oil, we found this, that was on the map, but it was not on the summary list. So I'm asking to get that corrected. And then, thank you. Then the next one is it was on the summary list, but it wasn't on the map. And that's Shetland Road from 12th to 16th. So if you go up about 4 locations, you'll see Shetland Road 12th to 16th. It was on the summary sheet, but was not reflected on the map.
Is this Irish Road, is that Tumwa?
Well, yes, I believe you're right. I believe that's correct. Okay.
I know we have all these descriptions.
Yes. Which we get to learn. That's
This is a revised map?
Yes, sir. So each one of these documents that I'm handing you would be a revision that would go into your 2021 construction bureau. Oh, let me get the rest. Okay. So with that, the motion I passed around is, if you don't mind, Chairman, I'll just go ahead and read the motion. Hopefully make sense to everybody. Is based on the recommendation of the county engineer, move to accept the revision of the Highway Department 2021 construction projects. The revision reflects the addition of Shetland Road 12th to 16th for chip seal as corrected on the map. This is the map that I handed out. And to the summary list, adding Irish Road from 17th to 22nd as chip seal projects. So that's what I'm doing. It's updating what was the intent of the 2021 projects. It was not necessarily meaning to add anything. That was our intent. We did have it on the map. We had it on our summary, but they weren't together. And so that's what I'm asking is if you would approve those, then I continue to move on to work on purchasing the oil, work on locating the chips and such as that.
But there was an overlay of blacktop on both those sections last year, correct?
That is correct.
And you're just wanting to follow up with a normal maintenance agreement of chip seal and fog seal.
What our normal procedure is, now we also place those on the end of our list for the most part. So if we get to them, that's great. If we don't, then they can set a year. But we do try to chip seal our hot mix and fog seal afterwards.
I know from 12th and 16th on Shetland, that was hot mix last year. I don't recall from 17th, 22nd, but I think it was. That's out towards south of Waverly.
This is chip seal project, but it also includes fog seal.
That is true. I kind of use that word all encompassing.
That's why I'm asking that. Chip seal project includes fog seal.
It does include fog seal, yes. That's our standard procedure for the most part, is we will fog seal over our chip seal. So, but correcting it on the maps is what you're really seeing. And then also too, is you'll see it on the summary sheet of what we're proposing. So.
I'll move.
Jesse moved.
All second.
10 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. All right. The next one is just some discussion, some information. So our consultant, Cook Platt & Strobel, is continuing to work towards our capital improvement plan. This is where they go around to the cities, and they have visited with the cities. So the first phase of it has been completed. They visited with all the cities, asked them really kind of what's on their plate, what would they like to see as far as community improvements, infrastructure. This is more for infrastructure. So just to let you know that he has scheduled for the community of Levo as March the 29th. is the time that they're gonna have basically at the community building, do an open invite for the community to come together and visit about, what they'd like to see in their community. So that one's scheduled, and I believe the week, after is, Neutron. And then I believe, as he's continuing to schedule the other communities. So
Was there a time on that, Wayne?
that is, 4 to 6 on the 29th. He will place something out in the newspaper. He'll also put something or place these documents or flyers out in the community as well to try to get folks there. Biggest hurdle with this has been the COVID, as you all know, to try to have these type of meetings where we're asking folks to come together and visit, and then we have those where we can't. Restrictions.
Wayne, I'm a little bit surprised that once they consolidated all the information, that they don't go back to the city councils and see if that's a good summary of what we're shooting for before they go to the community.
Well, the first one is they actually went to the city councils to listen to them, to see what they had.
I was there, so I've seen all that.
And then now they're gonna listen to the community.
Okay, so this is the listening, and then they'll consolidate everything from both parties.
Then they bring, yes, then the next phase is to bring it back to the city, then let the city weigh in on what they'd like to see in their community.
I thought we jumped that one hoop, so. Okay.
So that's still coming. So, all right, then the next one is just to kind of go over some procedures that we have. Just a reminder, this is just information more than anything else, is sometimes just let folks know that on our entrances, what we have agreed to is we'll put in the entrance free for the first entrance for a landowner. We go up to 40 feet. We do extensions at different times. Up to 40 feet, there's no cost at this point. I'm not asking for more work, but I'm letting folks know this is what we do for everybody. If it's a convenience entrance, meaning that there's a second entrance, or you know, if you have a circle drive per se, you know, the first one's going to be on the county, the second one's going to be on the landowner to pay for the pipe. But that work is normally done up to, and I'm thinking a 36-inch pipe, and then anything beyond the 36-inch pipe is you pay the difference for the pipe size. But that's one of the things that we do in our community that a lot of other counties don't do. But just letting folks know. Then also too is when we do ditching, is our standard procedure is whenever we're doing ditching. So for example, Matthias Lake, or that Matthias project, is whenever we do ditching, is we ask the landowner, they get first right, what we call first right of refusal. And so if they want the dirt, we'll stack it just over on the right of way, or we'll stack it nearby on their property, but we don't necessarily go in their property a long distance. I mean, there has to be a reasonable, you can't just stack it right in front of the drive. You know, there's a reasonable effort to basically dispose of the dirt in an economic way. Okay, so they ask for it, they get it, okay? If they don't ask for it, they say, well, no, we don't want it, go ahead and haul it away, take it and do what you want with it. Then at that point, what we do is we say, okay, we haul it to the landfill. That's kind of our first location. Our next location would be the joint service building. You'll see it basically on the east side of the joint service building where we store our excavation, our dirt. But if there's anybody along the way and we find it to be more economical to do a short haul, then we'll dump it, you know, somewhere reasonable on their property. We don't try to go inside a great distance inside their property. We don't try to create projects. That's not our business. It's still to our benefit to do that type of work. So, and a person says, well, you can haul it all to the landfill. Well, you could, but it's going to cost you. It'll cost you more. And we do these projects every year. A person says, well, you're going to need the dirt. You're constantly working the landfill. Well, but we're always every year we seem to, basically be doing, maintenance in our ditches. So we always have dirt at some point. And so that dirt is always being hauled to landfill when we need it, or it's being disposed of wherever we can. So that's where we're at. We don't sell it, okay? But we give it also the first right of refusal to the landowner. And we're not trying to create, work for ourselves. We're just saying what's the most economical way of disposing of it. And so that's a standard procedure for us. No different than we talked about here last year about chips. So if we basically are needing to stockpile chips, we'll stockpile chips on a landowner that we made an agreement with. And I try at this point, I'll constantly or bring those issues up to you or those locations, let you know what we're doing. But once again, on the dirt, if somebody's asking for it, and it's a benefit for us to say, okay, let's just go ahead and dispose of it, then that's what we try to do. Okay, for the most part, that's what we try to do. So
we don't spread it out or anything for them. We just haul it and dump it in piles.
That is correct. For the most part, if we're hauling it from that location, we will dump it in a pile. We're not placing it for them. It just comes out of the back of the truck. No other equipment is there at that point. Now for the chips, I would say, we're gonna have a loader that's gonna stack up chips, but that's a different subject. But for the dirt, the idea and intention is just to use our dump trucks, dump the material. Now we will spread the material on the landowner that we're pulling the material out of the ditch. I mean, that's what we're doing on the Mathias project.
That's what Mathias did, because you're spreading it out 70, 80 feet.
That is correct. But
we have permission to do
But we have permission to do that. And we also too, is when we're spreading that out, we also basically asked experts to come out and take soil samples to make sure that the material was compatible for cultivation as well. So we've taken extra measures to still say, okay, this is a good product for them. It's a win-win. We're trying to find that win situation. So on those, yes, we have used our blades, but it's most economical. It beats basically picking the material out and putting it in the back of the truck. It's to pick the material out, spread it out there on the edge of the right of way and allow the blades to take it out, or just allow the blades to bring it out of the ditch and take it out. I mean, that's kind of how it's been. But that Mathias project, I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm going to give you just some ballpark. If you can imagine, we have 2 miles of Oxen Road that we have done the ditching on. If you've been down there at all, those are some pretty good sized ditches. But at the end of the day, those ditches are holding that water. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see the benefit of this. And we may see it, who knows, this week, the way they're talking with the rain. You got 2 miles. We've been doing 2 miles of ditching on Oxen. We have a mile and a half over on Native Road. And just doing some rough calculations, could you imagine, we have 98,000, almost 100,000 cubic yards of material. And this is just a rough calculation. Almost 100 cubic yards of material that we're needing to remove from that site. Either remove it by placing it up on the fields or remove it by hauling it away.
Left to do?
No, the whole project itself. Yeah. So with that, yes, we are trying to find locations where we can dispose of the material. Either it's the landfill or it's landowners along the way. And so we had a request, and I just wanted to bring this to you because it is a rather large one. And we have a request for about 20 to 30 loads of material. And it's along the way to the landfill, but it's a mile away from the landfill, but it's along the way.
You're talking about that berm that got breached during the flood?
Garrett's property, Gerald Garrett's property has a breach right here.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
I know where the Garrett property is.
And it's basically, it's a private berm, as I understand it. It's not like the other one that we have that we're dealing with down in Leroy, which actually is funded. I don't believe this one's even possibly funded from FEMA. But the initial discussion was to haul it to that location. We're not wanting to haul it to that location. That's not what We do. What we're trying to do is stay within the policy that I just described. Just haul it to a point where it's a benefit for us to get rid of the material, but we're not hauling it too much off a right of way. So the stockpile location, if you know where the Garrett's property is at, there's the house. We're looking at just stockpiling it off of that location right there. 20 to 30 loads.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, that's the berm that got breached when we had all the rains 2 years ago.
Well, where's the berm on this? Is the berm back here?
Close to the river.
Right over here?
Look at the river.
Yes.
This would be over here
It's
somewhere.
back west, Wayne.
Okay.
I'm not sure how far, but it's back west.
Okay, so where the paper clip's at, about where the berm's at. So he still has to, we're just hauling it to this location where the little pin's at, where it says stockpile, that little pin. But the berm is somewhere over here. All we're doing is taking the material over there. Now, how he gets the material, this is where he would enter into, I would assume, a contract with somebody to basically where the stockpiles, where we're gonna be placing it, to where the berm is cut is somewhere over here. And so with that, what we're doing is just taking that extra material, stockpiling it, and then he's gonna enter into whatever agreements that he has set up to take care of the berm.
I guess I'd have a weight question on that. I can see maybe 1 load or 2 loads, but since we are actually taking it away, it becomes our dirt, right? And if we're giving away 30 loads of dirt, that's gonna be over $50 worth of value. Are we giving away over $50 worth of county? Because anytime we do that, I think we can't do that without some kind of justification and stuff. So that's a kind of a legal question, part of that.
I was going through this in my head, trying to think of all the angles. My understanding is, and Wayne can correct me if I'm wrong, this hasn't been done before, not to this extent.
No, it has. We will, basically, we can typically take up to 40 loads. Keep in mind that we have done the whole southeast quadrant of the county. When we've done all those ditching projects, there's been multiple times where we would pick a load, and what we call a short load. I mean, we'd pick a load and we would take it a mile or 2 and then dump it. Okay, but we wouldn't take it 10 or 15 miles to get to the landfill. That's the benefit. That's where basically we see a win situation, because we're able to unload it versus our fuel cost, our time, our equipment cost. And this is what we've been doing for years, okay? But we find at first is the right of refusal of the landowner. They have to refuse it. They have to say, no, we don't want it. And then if they did want it, we just stockpile it shortly on their property. But if they don't want it, then we either haul it down the road to somebody that basically, that's nearby, that could come by and say, hey, I could take a couple of loads here, or I could take 20 loads here. And we say, okay, versus going 10, 15 miles.
And your pin location was like on the way to the landfill. It's not clear in the landfill.
That's true.
And you're not traveling way back in there where the breach was made at. You're getting the shortest distance possible, so.
Place that basically would, it wouldn't be wasted. That's what you're looking at too. You can't just dump it right at the gate. That's not practical. But it's something that we have been doing for years. It's nothing new. Yes, everything has value. I've had this conversation before, way back when. Everything does have value. There's questions, but what is the better weight of value? Is it better for us to dispose of it versus trying to go back and sell it or haul everything to the landfill? Because if you go basically one side of the pendulum and you say, okay, everything has to be hauled to the landfill, 1, it's going to slow down our projects. 2, it's going to increase our costs. And 3 is we're going to fill up our landfill with a lot of dirt.
I wasn't aware that we had been giving out 30, 40, 50 loads to one person. And that was just my concern, because I know that if it's always been drilled to me as a commissioner, if it's over $50 worth of value, there's a process you gotta go to get rid of it.
And it's 25, but you're right.
25, okay, and that's all I'm asking is there a process we have to do before we can actually do this?
For
To
the
make
dirt.
it legal. Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Wayne, once it gets to the dirt, if you were to take all the dirt to the landfill, what value does it have? Where does it go? Like, you just dump it in a cell and?
No, the thing is on the dirt is, one is we have to find a location to stockpile it. And we do have, I'd have to show you a map, but we do have areas where we can't stockpile. But you can also see is, Jesse, help me out on this, you may know the numbers. How many tons of rock did we have?
Well, that total job was 30,000 tons,
30,000 tons. You can see what the spacing,
15,000.
15,000 tons, you can see what basically how much room that took up. It took up quite a bit. We also had gathered the rock from the airport, and you can see how much location. So what you're dealing with is you're trading off airspace or space on the landfill, and you're gonna have to find a place for it. When I described over 100,000 tons or 100,000 cubic yards, is if we tried to haul, if our rule was to haul all of that unwanted dirt to the landfill, you couldn't do it. It would cost us because we would have to get rid of it somewhere or another.
Your excavator would be sitting still 2/3 of the time.
And then we'd have
You
to
wouldn't
have,
have enough trucks to even keep it away.
And-
I mean,
and we'd have to have more
that's a-
equipment.
That's a huge, that project wouldn't be near as far along if you was gonna haul all that to the landfill.
That's right.
You wouldn't have half of it.
I'm not arguing that. All I'm asking is there a legal deal we have to do to be able to give it away? That's all I'm asking, Wade. I'm not arguing that, yes, it's a good value, it's gonna cost us a bunch to haul it to landfill, I know all that. That's not what I'm asking. I'm just, I guess, asking Wade, is there something legally we have to do to be able to make this happen?
And if I could just say one thing, I'm not disagreeing with that, Bob. I'm just saying that basically, if we were put in that position, it would cost us more than the value that we would have for dirt. Okay, and I'm not for sure what dirt goes for. It's been a long time since I've been into the business, but you know, it's probably $2 or more, maybe even up to $6 a cubic yard if a person's hauling. I'm not for sure, and maybe Tom, you might know. On dirt.
10 wheelers are usually around $250 a load, 300, depending on what kind of dirt it is.
Okay. So, I mean, that's what you're dealing with.
In the past, have you done a motion that would seem appropriate based on what you indicated? It's a cost benefit type analysis or the economics of the situation where the motion would have something to do with it would.
Never for dirt.
Never for dirt.
Never for dirt.
Never done a dirty motion.
Never done a dirty motion. That's what Bob said. I'm just copying what Bob said.
Yep.
Okay, so never done one of those. Now, I have done one where, a supervisor and nobody here, had taken up, we were cleaning the shop and we had a whole bunch of, extension cords, copper and different things like that. And it went to the recycling that's no longer there, right there by the fire station. Okay, that was over $25. That's where I learned that statute really quick. It was kind of, hey, we can't sell this because it was over $25. So we had a motion for disposal of items outside of the county auction. But it's never been for dirt.
It seems like it would be, and I'd like to look into it, but it'd be coverage in case somebody wants to make an issue of it. The second part is the county citizen that requested the dirt. Is that something that anybody, say I'm up in a different part of the county and I say, hey, I hear there's some dirt, can I just call Road and Bridge and say, I'd like to inquire about that dirt as well? How's that work?
So we're in an area, and so we get passerby, we get people that just pass by and say, hey, I could use a little bit of dirt. You know, is it convenient for you to grab that dirt and just take it to my place, which is just a couple miles up the road? That's where we're at, okay? folks in, say, if we're working down in the Lebo area, we're up in the Lebo area, somebody down the Leroy area says, hey, I need some dirt. Well, when we get down that area, we'll make a note that you requested some dirt, and we're in that area, which we will, because we go around the county. At different times, you know, we basically catch folks as we can. But keep in mind too, that these things happen. It's kind of like we got a dirt project or we got a cleaning out project. We're cleaning it. We're already, a lot of that footwork's already been done up to that point. And so we already have a place for it, a home for it, and different things like that. But a lot of times it's just word of mouth is where it's at. To be able to think that, you know, every action would require an action, it would put everything to a halt. You just couldn't do it. So I started out stating that there's policies that we have in place with our culvert pipes. These are things that we normally standardly do. And the dirt is the same thing. So when I talked about the dirt, is to basically set the groundwork that this is our standard practice. It's nothing unusual. What would be unusual would be to place that dirt at that breach and then pack it in for them. That would be wrong. I mean, we couldn't do that. We just couldn't do it. But I could take that extra dirt that we normally just haul someplace if somebody has a need for it, and we basically just place it on the ground. That's what we're doing. So.
Do we need a motion for that?
Mine is to have the open discussion for you as a commission, for the public that's listening, and for anybody else that may inquire about it. This is how or what we do. Now, keeping in mind, our first and major priority is the county. It's road and bridge, okay? That is an interest that we must take to be the best benefit, even when we're dealing with trees. There's another unwritten policy. But when we deal with trees, people ask, hey, will you take out this tree line? If it's to a benefit to us, we'll take out the tree line. We've been doing that for years. We've been clearing the right of way. And we've had this discussion, Bob, I think you were there at that time too. We talked about, well, how far do you go back? Well, we go back, it's about, I think it was 20 feet. It was a truck. Well, we determined what the right of way would be and where you could drive a truck is how far back we would take the trees. One example I can think of is discussion we had, it was over on 12th Road, east of Shetland on the north side. I believe that was one of the ones where the trees just continued to not take from just the right of way, but migrated clear back to the creek channel. And so we only took the trees back a certain point and we stacked the trees up where they could burn them or cut them. And that's another, you know, thing that we do. But once again, it benefits the county, and that's the key on all of this. It benefits the county. Now, how does culvert pipes benefit the county? It benefits the county because we're working with the landowners, and you're saying, hey, let's go ahead and put these pipes in. We got taxpayers that are paying in, and it's benefiting them and benefits us, the county. And that's the only reason why the culvert pipe policy is what it is. But that is a written policy on that one.
As far as for me, if the landowner don't want it and you don't need it at the landfill, and there's somebody along the way that could use it, and you're not placing it and compacting it, I don't have a problem.
Second.
I don't either.
And I have no problem.
But Wade could look into the legality part, but I can't.
As long as it benefits the county and the county.
Well, it'll benefit the taxpayers, like they have reach
I
out.
guarantee you there's people out there watching who are going to say something about it, and we need to have it. Wade needs to have us covered.
I've heard about it.
That's all it amounts to.
I've heard about it, but it was to the extent where we were placing it and all like that, but he clarified that all we're doing is dropping it off so he can use it at his convenience. So if you want to look into it further or think you need to, that's great.
I don't know, one way or another, it seems to make sense, especially considering the additional cost of moving it the remainder of the way across the county, but just to satisfy someone out there who might not agree. I at least can I have until next week. When do you need to move it?
No, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. Thank you. All right, well, thank you. I believe that's all I had. So,
Hey, Wayne, I got one more thing since you opened the pink elephant up in the room about Matthias Lane.
yes.
Can the county, okay,
Mhm.
if we farm clear to the road ditch,
Yeah.
that dirt's gonna wind right back up in them ditches.
Yeah.
Correct?
That's correct.
Can we require, seeing as how the county has spent all this money to clean those ditches out, can you require there be a buffer strip around that field of whatever may be to act as a filter before it goes into the ditch?
I think that's a great idea, but there's nothing in the statute that I'm aware of that I can require a landowner without acquiring an easement. Basically, I have to compensate a landowner for any use that I would on their personal property. My right-of-way is established, everything within my right-of-way is for road purposes. They cannot farm in my right-of-way, because we've had those discussions, and there are letters to that, where I can stop them from being in my right-of-way, but I can't stop them outside of my right-of-way. Those rights would have to be purchased through some type of an agreement, document that we have with the private landowner. What I can do though, what I am planning on, is actually there's some signs that you can place out there that says no farming past this point, and it's the right-of-way itself. I can place those up. And that's one of the things I plan on doing.
How far past the ditch crown does your right of way go?
Most of the time,
Probably gonna be pretty close to the,
yeah,
I mean,
it's most of
the edge.
most of the time it's right there on that, the connecting point of the backside.
We've had this conversation before, because we actually talked once about steel posts, putting steel posts out, just so the farmers would not farm over to the edge of the ditch.
But the steel post in one situation disappeared, and they still farmed the ditch. It'd be nice if you could have the right of way to go out there and just mow down 3 or 4 rows of their crop and get their attention. But
The right of way.
legally, we probably can't do that either.
Well, you can the right of way, but
Well,
in this case out at Matthias Lake, the right of way is gonna be the drop off into the ditch. And I'll guarantee you, it's gonna be planted right to the edge.
If it was a no-till situation, it would not be an issue. But too many of them are still minimum till or full tillage, and I know exactly where it's coming from, because that issue is throughout the county. It'd be nice to find something that would eliminate that issue.
Stay back off the ditches. Yeah.
All I can do is mark it and then just basically ask landowners to help each other, help us. All I can do is mark the right of way. So that would be the post. I would be putting the post back along the right of way,
You would actually have signs.
but I'd have signs on it. It says basically no farming past this point.
So then,
County right of way.
if they disappear, then they're actually taking county property.
Well, if they're past the sign, you know they're within our right of way, and then.
I mean, if the signs disappear, then someone is actually taking county property, it'd be just like a street sign or a road sign, basically, in a sense.
It would go, yeah. Then it continues to go on to that investigation, sheriff's office.
As many of those types of issues are out there, it would take a lot of posts, a lot of signs to have it resolved.
You're right, but what we would do, I mean, just like everything, it's a policy. What is your standard? How are you conducting it? Are you implementing your standard equally? And so the key is to say that anytime we have problemed areas, that we set up the signs. It doesn't make it basically full blanket across the county because, like you say, it costs you quite a bit. But you can say any problem areas, we place the signs. And that way we maintain consistency. And so that's how we're looking to approach that. I would like that. I think would be great. We've tried to do that where, when they would ask us to clean out the ditch because of problems that they're having with the flooding and such in their fields, we also asked them if they would do the buffer. You know, we basically make that request, but once again, it's up to them. I think the buffer is a great idea. That's the way to handle it. But there is one thing that we are doing, and that is actually putting straw mats down. So you're going to see straw mats this week. And so that is to minimize the erosion of the work and effort that we have placed in those ditches to try to allow grass to grow and minimize that erosion within the ditch itself. But it won't stop the soil from coming into the ditch, but it will at least stop that. I didn't go over construction zone, so if you have any questions, did I even hand it out?
We haven't seen it.
Okay. Pretty much the same that we done last week. So. Thank you. Oh, I knew I'd draw you to lunch.
Get your checkbook out, Wayne, so you can take care of it.
I got a card for that one, Tom. I thank you very much. It's been a very long, special day. You saw the table organization chart just kind of went away. Not went away. I know we tabled it, but there was no use in actually continuing to discuss it until we get the wage study done because the titles changed. And I just didn't want to push forward on that table. It won't change anything that I've already presented. It's just changing the titles on the table organization chart. So just information. We'll come back to that one later.
And Wayne, probably now is a good time to bring up that email that I showed you. So behind the scenes, I've had a couple conversations with Lisa from McGrath because what Wayne has requested is actually part of the overall compensation salary study schedule scheme. And the email started out to me, or the conversation, about a reclassification request made by Wayne, which then triggers two options according to what the compensation study indicates. So the email I have reads as follows: under the suggested compensation policies and procedures that were recommended, two alternatives for future classification requests exist. One, that the county contract with McGrath to process them and give recommendations regarding physician reclassification requests. This retains the objective overview and consistency that the consultants can bring, since there's not a professional HR service within the county. Alternatively, the suggestion was that the county counselor be trained in the process and undertake that duty for positions outside of the county attorney's office. And then it further states highly summarized, because everything is still ongoing, that for this, in this instance, Lisa would be willing to handle the reclassification request with no additional charge to the county. Or if the county is considering assigning ongoing maintenance to the county counselor, this would be an ideal opportunity to walk me through that process, or whoever's in that role. So I think those things need to be considered before you get too far into the process, but I know you're in the process of discussing what parts of the compensation study are going to be implemented, and that we can continue on with that discussion a little bit later. That's just sort of what's going on behind the scenes, so that if there is going to be a reclassification at any time, then it requires some navigation, and it just happens that Wayne is the first one to make that request.
I thought you were our HR.
Well, there's multiple levels of HR. I mean,
that part of it.
Well, it depends on what you adopt in the current scheme. I mean, we can talk about that a little bit later, but at least for right now, the request made by Wayne is characterized as a reclassification request that needs to be probably handled, not just because I'm picking on Wayne, but he's not going to be the only one from this point going into the future that's going to potentially make a request, and it needs to start now, the way that it happens from this point forward. So that's all I'm saying.
Wayne, did we have an accident a week or so ago? Somebody smashed their hand? How's that person doing?
2 accidents, but without saying anything more than they're doing fine. that's where we're at, so, and both of them did involve our hand. That's it. We're, always conscious of safety, but, sometimes the type of work that we're in, sometimes accidents happen. Not that we want them
It's
to.
not an if, it's a when.
It's a win.
Well, how bad?
Yeah, but no, they're fine. But thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
salary study discussion, longevity. Discussion today, do we wanna take lunch, come back, you guys wanna push on?
I've got a 2:15, I'd much rather push on.
Okay,
Take a break before we start.
we can take a break. Do 10 minutes. I didn't know Bobby had, he said I got enough for everybody, I think that class was actually, I tried to get that.
You're gonna make it first, you're gonna make it first and I heard.
What's that?
You're gonna make it happen first.
Emergency management.
Start at 6:30.
Okay, on the new ones, or,
Yeah, we haven't done that thing.
right.
Sound like he hit the ground running. Sound like he's. Yeah, he's moving along. Okay.
Here's that letter to go ahead. This is the letter to go to Wayne High School for the after prom.
So one.
Yeah. And then I've got the real estate mortgage releases.
All three right here.
Yeah.
Is this a notarized thing?
Yeah, I can notarize it.
You're a notary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I think that's it.
He said, I don't know about that thing you do on your phone where you scan the barcode thing.
Mhm.
That's what he's talking
Yeah.
about. You can join from there.
I just went through the.
Because they have all those pages.
Yeah, I did already. I did
You gotta have to.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute break. We got 5 minutes to go.
I'm not sure it would be a bad idea for the first one to sign on this.
I'm with, I wanted to go to it. I think sometimes you can lawyer stuff too damn much.
I know, but
And it takes you, I'll tell you what. But I think. Just like Camden, Missouri. Get that email? Camden, Missouri. Yeah, well, see, I got a discovery or something.
Meeting at another location. I got
one bit
Somebody else said we use it. I think we need to be proactive on this. I really do. Because it's gonna be a lot easier to take care of it.
Right.
After the fact, it's gonna be rough.
Well, it won't, it won't.
we can bring that up before we can build it.
I gotta be out here by 15, but I think we need to.
I am not opposed to it.
I think we've got.
Yeah, we've got enough spotlights on us, we might as well put some more on it. At least there's some smart things.
At least there's a lot of comments on the good to what the Kansas to Missouri. About social media gets on that. Yes.
I think there might be one or two things we don't want to record.
But you know, they have to worry about it.
Oh, you.
Bob, did you have a request from the Arlington seniors on different questions about planning?
Oh, heaven, get that every year.
You know how many-
Oh, yeah, I get them every year.
I've had 7 or 8 this year.
Yeah, I have. I don't remember how many I, yeah, I answer them every year, but I
Current.
That's the current plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a total value of what it cost you? That's what I was asking
Yes,
for
yes.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I have it already put together.
We are about, I believe, and you would get some. Do you have something you wish to start us off with, Wade?
I'm gonna ask to briefly just jump out of turn for just a minute, and mainly because we have the undersheriff here who's at least hanging around for this part of the conversation.
Okay.
And as the board knows, the sheriff isn't here, so the undersheriff is serving in that capacity, and I don't want to take up resources that don't need to be sitting idle. The only thing I want to talk about while undersheriff is here is the Goldberg situation. And as the board's aware, Goldberg's working behind the scenes on the COVID part of things, which is now clear. I had a phone conference with the sheriff last week with Mr. Goldberg, the architect. And he's working on putting together that itemized list to present to the county. I don't know when that will be, but it'll be sometime in the very near future. So that answers a question that Commissioner Chairman had last week or the week before. And I wish it would be a little more timely, but we're working with what they can provide. There were some medical issues that sort of got things behind or delayed with Mr. Goldberg. And it is what it is. The second part of that is for the jail study and Justice Center part of things. I indicated to Mr. Goldberg when we were on the phone that we've had a problem in the past with who was the point of contact. Was it me? Was it the sheriff? Was it emergency management? Was it the chairman? Who was it? And my position is that it needs to be the sheriff now that we have a sheriff in place, because the majority of what is going to be impacted has to do with either the existing structure for the jail and a new structure, and that data and those figures need to be provided by the sheriff. I will continue to work with them and anybody else who you think needs to be a part of that, but at least initially, so we don't have documents to get forwarded and then lost in translation with who's to be receiving what. I've got a good rapport and a good dialogue with the sheriff, with the undersheriff, the sheriff's department. And I think according to what the main part of what the reason why this study is taking place, it has to do with the sheriff's department. So that's my position. There is quite a bit of new information related to what it would take to modify or update the existing structure. But in all fairness to Mr. Goldberg, just like he did with a new Justice Center, I think he needs to come and present that to the commissioners because he has the architectural background and expertise in explaining why one versus the other, what your options are, pros and cons, etc. So that will be scheduled at some point here in the near future so that he can come either in person or by Starleaf to present to the commissioners. The second part of that is a recommendation that is made at this point and for the board to be thinking about, similar to what we did with the COVID fund and those expenditures, is creation of a steering committee of representatives from all four corners of the county to be a part of a committee that will at least be updated on what the existing structure would entail, what a new structure would entail, then to have that open dialogue so that the community is involved, because either way, it's gonna cost taxpayer money to either renovate the existing structure or to build a new structure. And without any kind of buy-in from the public, you're not going to get anywhere. So how best do you get the community on board is you bring community members in and let them be a part of that process, and they can talk about the pros, cons, and whatnot. And then there probably also needs to be an internal committee that can have a similar dialogue of what that would look like internally. That would be my suggestion. I would recommend each of you and your your areas, see who might be interested, similar to what you did before. If you agree with a steering committee, and then when the time comes, we've already taken that step and we kind of know who would be interested. But community leaders, you probably want somebody from education, you want somebody from business leaders, from the medical profession, for a jail / judicial center, someone from the attorney field who would impact. I mean, there are all different segments of the population within the four corners of the county that would potentially be affected by a new structure of board. That steering committee may look at what the ultimate recommendations are and say, you don't need anything to fix what you have. And that would be the whole point of that particular committee. And then that committee, similar to what the COVID committee could do, to put something together and then make a recommendation to the board. So that's kind of where we are. And I don't know if the undersheriff has anything in addition to add, but that's the goal for update, at least right now.
Did you have anything you want to add there?
Well, thank you. The sheriff has just asked me to make sure that I make it clear that this is something we realize the gravity of it, and this is not a small undertaking. We do have quite a bit of a stakeholder position in this, and so we want to be able to work closely, and if not in that capacity that the county attorney has suggested to you. But that's the only thing that we want to put forward to you. We understand that all the decisions that happen here, the community is going to have an opinion about. And so I think the county attorney's suggestion on the stakeholder committee is probably a very, very wise way to proceed on this if we do. So that's all I have, Albert. Thank you.
Thank you. So Andy's giving us what the present.
Yeah, the last page has your grand total. And that would be estimated for the end of this year.
I'll just throw this out here while we're thinking. Okay. I've had this argument kind of for the last 14 years. And Lisa and I talked about it, and she said that 6 or 7 years was usually where it was. But I do not feel that longevity should start at 3 or 4 years. I don't think that an elected official, for example, who is going to be a one-term person after their 3rd year should be getting longevity money. I think it should not start until the 5th or 6th or 7th year. If they're here for two terms, then maybe so, but I think it starts too early, and maybe it might need to be extended out, but I think it starts too early.
I know I spent quite a bit of time last week, or I shouldn't say quite a bit of time, 20, 30 minutes with Lisa, going over most of the longevity because we decided we was going to discuss it first. And I wasn't surprised when I seen the recap that of the 24 entities that they worked with, there's only 3 others besides us that had bonus program. It surprised me. Most of it was 16 of them was, or 17 was county entities. She did suggest that we have a lot of benefit programs, which is great. Her suggestion is to evaluate them one-on-one, other than some of them we could probably group together and not rush into it and take our time and decide what we're gonna do and then adopt all the changes at one time. And of course, we know that our policy is probably gonna have to have some changes and updates in it. I've only been involved technically in 3 different businesses all my life. The first one for a lot of years, every employee we had got $50 a year, up to 10 years, so he topped out 500. If he was there 20 years, he topped out 500. Another business I was involved in for a long time, didn't have any program whatsoever as far as bonuses or longevity pay. The one I'm a director of right now, all the employees get some type of bonus, but it varies every year based on what the bottom line is. You know, we've got a great benefit package here. You know, what's it do for the retention of our employees? It's hard to answer. You know, the first retention of our employees, in my mind, you know, has to do with a quality workplace that they are working in and with good paying jobs. And our wage summary absolutely assured us that the salaries here in Coffee County are very adequate, in my opinion, and understanding it. You know, the second retention is going to be probably the health benefit program, which Coffee County's got a great health program for our employees. Thirdly is probably vacation and sick leave. And the policy here at Coffee County is pretty lucrative there. You know, how much longevity pay comes into retaining employees is probably quite a ways down the road. And I agree with Bob, with probably one exception. You know, I think the longevity pay is too expensive. I think there's too many dollars involved in it. But how do you back up? I don't know. And Lisa wasn't real sure how we could back up either. And that may not be the choice of the commission. I know my thought is I'd like to see it reduced, but I know we'd have some employees that a lot of employees wouldn't be happy with it. I know the programs I've been involved in, they received a bonus and not a longevity pay, but they received a bonus after they had one complete year of service. And I probably wouldn't have any problem with that, but to me, it probably will start out at $100. At least reward them a little bit, recognizing them that they went past their promotion, and probably just, if we got a plan in place, maybe they deserve a small token. But then get slower as we go. I even put together, 1 to 4 years, $100. And these are just my thoughts, nothing down. 5 to 10 years, $250. And 11 to 15 years, $500. And stretch it out a little bit more at less value. But I know we've all got our own opinions on it. And you could interview 10 different businesses, you're gonna have 10 different ideas. And we've got some businesses represented around the commission deal here. And I have no idea where your thoughts are. But I know Lisa strongly suggested that probably in 3 years from now, maybe 4 years from now, we'd probably reevaluate our wage study. It's got 2.5% built into it every year. And in looking at the old one, of course, it was every 2 years, and it was about 5% increase every 2 years. So our wage study is almost identical to what we had in the past, except some reclassifications, and it does go out 15 years instead of 12. So regardless of who we hired to do the wage study, you could retain 5 or 6 different companies, you'd come up with 5 or 6 different results. And how you get that on a level playing field, there's no way to really do it. But, we adopted the wage study, now we got to adopt the benefit package, whether we make changes in part of it or not changes in part of it. That's entirely up to you, and it doesn't have, or us, and we definitely don't have to do it here in the next month or two. Whatever we do, we need to, hopefully, our changes, if there are changes, they're done the right way. So, I have no idea where the rest of you are on this. So, to me, the longevity pay, the city very quickly told us that only 1 out of 6 of our counties even have a program for longevity or a bonus, which probably don't surprise me, because we're a government entity. In the business atmosphere, I'm sure that percentage is gonna go up, whether they have a bonus program or longevity program. But, we probably need to continue with something. Whether we need to be as aggressive as what it currently is, I don't know. And how long this has been adopted by, I don't know what year it started.
97.
It did start 97, 23 years ago.
4197.
Was it that aggressive back then? The same value, the same policy dollars as what we
It's the
currently have?
same. It's the
Same thing, Angie? Okay.
I kind of agree with you on some things, but when you said $100 after first of the year to show that from being here, that's why we have step increases. A step increase will give them a extra incentive after a year. And then
They get the 2.5 every step.
that is a step increase. So we're already doing that.
And I fully understand that.
I was told when I came here that the reason that they started this early because back at that time, they had a lot of people who were coming here and then they were going to Wolf Creek and they were going other places. But that has, if you look at our employees now, you can see that has gone away. People wanting to come here instead of some of the other places now.
There's one printout that Angie just passed out, the overall pay for longevity, and this is what it would be as of 12/31 of this year, Angie.
Yes.
That you divide that by 150, of course, we got new employees that aren't getting anything, but you just take that, divide it by 140, that puts the average longevity in that $900 to $1,000 range. The average employees here is around 11 or 12 years, which is pretty good, because the average length of employment for a lot of employees, they change jobs every 2, 3, 4 years. So, our turnover is pretty low.
5 years used to be the national average, I don't know what it is now.
I'm sorry?
5 years used to be the national average, I don't know what it is now.
Yeah.
Changing job.
That's what when Lisa and I had a conversation a long time ago on that, but she said 5 to 7 years was the average.
And we're out in that 10 to 12 a year. I don't know how many people or how many employees to divide the 141 by, but it would be the 150.
No,
But-
it's actually 108. I did a quick run through.
108,
And there's 42 in the 1800, the highest, 42 employees there. 6 in the 1500, 5 in the 12, 6 in the 9, 26 in the 600, and 33 in the 300. So just a little.
You've got a lot of them maxed out already.
yeah. So the average length of employment for the county is, it's gonna be in that 9 to 12 year range, which is pretty good retention.
Yeah, real good.
Most of that retention is because of the quality of workplace, the salary, the healthcare, vacation, sick leave is great. Although I'd like maybe to critique the vacation just a hair, but because you go from 2 to 10 years without any increase, we could probably improve that 2.5 days somewhere in there. But I've said what my thoughts are, so.
The only thoughts I got is, I don't know. I wouldn't be in favor of changing something that's been in place that long, as far as this one goes.
Something makes it difficult, it's been in
Yeah.
place for a long time.
The only thing is, I wasn't expecting a longevity pay, and I'm not sure commissioners ought to get longevity pay.
When I came here, they didn't.
They didn't.
They did not get it. It was shortly after I got here, there was a motion made that included commissioners. Well,
It's hard to take something like that away.
I don't want to take this away from anybody we have, because I don't want to change the game in the middle of these people. But I think that I think there's a way of doing it, might require just a little bit more work, but I think we could do it on two levels. At this date, if we adopt this date, this person, you're on this scale, pretty soon, this old scale is going to go away. And everybody's gonna be on the same new scale. It's gonna be a little time frame where there will be two different scales for longevity, but we're just talking longevity. We're not talking salaries or anything
You're
else.
gonna get into
I don't think you can
discrimination.
do a double standard.
You get into discrimination.
And that's the first thing that stood out, but
Yeah, I don't think you can have a two system.
Yeah, and you take new employees, it could be 25 years before this is rotated out.
And then what about Angie's? Could you keep something like that separated as far as?
Well, I just don't know if you can do it.
I don't think
I don't either.
Yeah, I think discrimination might be the biggest issue.
Well, I don't think it'd necessarily be considered, somebody might think it's discrimination, but I think you've set a standard right here, and you've got to keep the employees on that, all of them on that one plan. I mean, that'd be like saying, okay, we'll pay half of you this much an hour and half of you that much an hour. That's basically the same thing. So
We have different health plans for our employees.
That's our choice.
It's different, they gotta buy in a little bit, Bob.
The health plan is our choice, which one we want to choose.
I just,
Because in the health plan, we offer one, and if it becomes a family plan or something else, they've got to buy into it. Is that correct?
I just think it's sad that, we can't make any changes because we might offend someone.
Well, that's unfortunately the world that we're in right now.
If we set a two system, I think that
We're kind of talking, think maybe we're paying too much longevity, but we're sitting here and we're wanting to raise, and we're raising everybody's salaries, but still continuing to give them a big longevity. Somewhere it's gonna have to stop, guys, because things are gonna change down the road somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one thing I did talk to Lisa about, the wage study probably needs to be reevaluated in 3 or 4 years. She said 3 or 5. COLA might be a part of that step increase. That step increase that we adopted is 2.5% annually. That's not saying that if COLA is real low next year, maybe we do it. If it has to be 2%, maybe that's built. Some of the step increase is part of it, blended together. The wage study doesn't say it has to be separated. But that'll be an annual decision by the commission.
There's a difference between step increases and COLA. In my opinion, quite a bit of difference.
There's a difference, but they can all be pulled in one.
Then I think you're gonna get into discrimination.
So you're treating everybody equal, so the answer to that's no. Everybody's been treated equal.
I don't know, what's it? I just feel like my biggest thing with the longevity is it just starts too quick. It rewards people for really nothing.
Angie, what did you say the percentage was, 3 years, or what was it, 3 years?
We've got, there's about 33 employees that would get it this year.
And their years is what, 3?
Um,
What's 0 to 3?
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, and 5. Yeah.
So at 3 years.
At 3 years it starts.
Starts, but you don't get anything until your 6th year.
And then it doesn't go up until your 6th, yeah.
Yeah, and then it don't go up until your 9th year.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know, that's still $100 a year if you want to calculate it out like that.
Right.
It's real quick math, but
Right.
it isn't horrible, but, I mean, when you got as many employees as we do, it's, as you can see by the ending balance, it adds up real good.
Well, I mean, anytime you got a lot of employees, that's gonna happen.
You take, it looks like the average employment somewhere in that 9, 11 years. You take that 11, 12 range, which is $1,200, that works out to about 55 to 58 cents an hour income for the 2,080 hours. So it's a good benefit. Pretty aggressive benefit, really. But like I said, and after talking to Lisa, it's kind of hard to back up.
Yeah, it's hard to shove it in reverse while you're going down the road.
I'm sorry, Jess.
It's hard to shove it in reverse and back up.
It is, and I fully agree with that. Like, you know, some of the numbers I quoted there first, I realized it's not very acceptable.
You know, my guys' stuff, my stuff, they run in, I think 12 to 15 and then 15 over, you know, is where the longevity starts coming in. So, I mean, that's just something that was implemented here recently, you know. We didn't have anything, so it was just a benefit, you know, for longevity, you know, for employees. But when you guys have had one for a long time.
20-some years.
Yeah,
And
that's
we
a
have
long
it, and we
time.
have it out there, and it thinks it's a lot. But we've got to, I guess we passed it, approved it, or maybe it's still part of it that we haven't approved, is we're wanting to extend people getting raises, step increases out for another 3 or 4 years.
3 years.
On top of that, and then we're sitting here complaining because longevity's too much. But we're sitting here and saying, oh, it's okay, we're just gonna give you more money. So there,
Technically, I'm not complaining, I'm saying it's just pretty aggressive.
somewhere,
It's gonna be hard to back it up.
I don't know.
It looks like the more we get to talking about it, my thought is it's in place. It's hard to back something up like this. It's probably just continue with it in place rather than making a change.
We have a low turnover rate.
I'm sorry?
You know, there's a lot of benefits to saying that. I was talking to Angie, low turnover rate. There's a lot of benefits to that.
That has a lot of value. This is probably helping it to a point. But, you know, to what degree, you never know.
The only thing I see is our taxpayers are paying county employees a lot of money that they're not getting. But they're paying taxes to pay county employees for a lot of benefits.
Is there a new proposal for this longevity? There's not. is
No.
there? Okay,
No.
okay.
How can I solve?
You know, all of our benefits that we've seen, I think there was 1 or 2 that Lisa made a slight recommendation, and I haven't looked at them for 2 or 3 months, because this is the one we was gonna look at. There was no recommendation in there at all. The paragraph on this in the study is pretty short.
Your comment was made
And she-
earlier about, sorry. go ahead.
And she said that it was pretty well in line with the other 3 comparables.
That they did longevities? They did
There's 3 of them that
longevities?
do, it's on page 43 if you got the book.
Is this the book?
It made it stated here, those comparables reported their longevity payments beginning between year 2 and year 25. The amounts varied between the percentage of the base pay versus a flat pay. They compared equally the consultants calculated longevity payments based on each of the comparables longevity plan. Coffee County's longevity plan is in the middle of the comparables in both lengths and service before longevity begins and the amount of longevity paid. So she, you know, with only 3 comparables come in, she didn't have a lot to compare to, because most of them don't have it.
That was on page 43.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, start
Again, the
on-
bottom
start on
of the
43
bottom.
And when you're thinking about that, and I know it doesn't matter, but if you look at other recommendations, the next one down, emergency operations stipend.
Yeah.
Look, let's give people more money for doing something that's.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
There's not an answer.
You wanna wait in?
There's not a-
You wanna wait in, Wade? You got anything more to add?
The only thing that comes to mind on my end is before this compensation study was presented, you had a number, and I don't know what the numbers are, but employees that had been maxed out and not received a raise other than a COLA raise for however many years. So I know in the county attorney's office, there were 2 employees that had topped out back in 2008 or somewhere in that neighborhood and had received a step increase for that duration of time. So it made sense that this longevity pay was in place, so they at least got something, because if everybody else around you is moving up and you're sitting idle, how does that, I mean, the optics of it don't make sense. Now that has been corrected to a degree, I think, but we're still gonna have people that'll at that top end, and then what do they receive after that? Do they deserve to receive anything after that? I don't know. That's the decision you have to make. I know, at least going back in my time in Allen County, I was there almost 10 years, there was not longevity pay. There was not. I mean, in fact, there were years where you didn't get any kind of COLA or update. And if you want to use a sort of a local example with the court system, I think they went years without receiving any type of step increase or COLA increase. So I mean, the employees in Coffee County, I think, do pretty well compared to some of the other areas. But I mean, you have to make the decision on what you think is best long term. And I guess my response is that's why each of you are in the seat you're in, because you get to make that decision, not me.
Yeah.
I mean, I would throw out there, and I don't feel that an elected official is a county employee. I feel elected official is elected by the county taxpayers in the district, and I don't feel elected officials should get a longevity pay.
No,
That's just my personal opinion.
I see where I'm at for one, and I'll be not.
Yeah, I mean, which I don't,
Just like
I'm not
cost of
there.
living, we're not here.
Right, I feel that's an elected official. Now, somebody hired to run a maintainer, somebody hired to dig a ditch, those people, I believe, should, those are, quote, county employees, I feel.
Because you choose to run for that position.
Right, right. I don't feel that you should get a longevity if you're elected official, personally.
That's the statement I was gonna make, and then, we're looking at a price tag of 141,000. I mean, it's been talked about, said many, many times that when Wolf Creek goes away, what are we gonna do then? So, I mean, some of these people are coming out of retirement. Do we actually need to refill that position? I mean, actually, if you eliminate 2 county employees, you can pay for this longevity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying go out and get rid of some people. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, when somebody retires, is there really justification to refill
If there's not a need as far as I feel if there's a way to absorb that duty within the building itself, if it can be absorbed by somebody else, why not do it? That's my thing. Instead of, we've had this seat for 25 years, let's go ahead and continue filling it. I don't feel that that's the right way to do it. If it can be absorbed by somebody else, wherever that may be, or whoever that may be.
It looks like going through this, we got approximately 30 employees that have topped out on the old wage study. Where now, with three more years added to it, those employees will have the opportunity to have an increase in for the next 3 years, maybe 4. So
and then they'll be topped out again.
they'll be topped out
That's just-
again.
I mean, you're gonna top out
You're gonna-
in some position, and that's just the way it is.
But those are gotta be quality employees, they wouldn't be topped out.
Yeah, exactly.
Those
And that's what,
those employees also want to keep.
that's kind of what the longevity deal is for.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? I mean, yeah, I'm still gonna make the same amount of money this year as I did the last 15 years, but I'm getting the same amount, this too. And so it's kind of it's a benefit.
But you can't just keep putting steps out there and raising salaries and then continue to give.
I mean, I don't know how many elected officials is on this, but I don't know what it'd say.
All elected officials are on it now.
Well, I realize it, but I just don't know how many of them and what the dollar amount would be if we would so choose to go that route or not that route.
But you're talking about all the elected, should be 10, 5 of us and 5 department heads that are elected. And
I'm probably not talking about very much money.
How many ends are there? I don't know.
Right.
Depends on how long they're here though, too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I'm seeing no change in it.
I'm sorry?
I'm seeing no change in it myself.
Yeah, to me, it's gonna be hard to back that. It really is. It's evidently been a good program in the past, how much it adds to longevity for people staying, probably not a lot. And I'm sure all of them look forward to getting something there in late November.
You try to save where you can save and
Well, the amount of money we spend in a year on salary, that's a
very small percentage,
very small percentage.
but it's a start.
It is. But again, as far as county commissioner, I see where I'm up for $300 a year. I don't take it.
Well, I think-
You want to exempt elected officials and you're taking $1,800 away from several of them right now. So you can't really do that. But,
Right.
yeah,
You gotta
Yeah.
go tell,
You gotta-
you gonna go tell register deed, you're not getting this anymore.
no, you're gonna do one, you gotta do it all.
We just can't back that.
Well, that would be that would be the only thing in this an elected official seat. That would be the only thing you could make.
But what do you do with the existing ones?
You have to leave it there because that's.
Gotta
You
leave it there
leave
for
it
the
there
existing
until the seat's filled the next time, and then it wouldn't be offered.
That would be the only change we'd make to that policy
You're
then.
gonna have 2 policies and that's having, you're gonna open up a can of worms you
I don't
don't
know.
want to get involved in. That's Wade needs to come back for that
There's
answer.
only 10 elected officials.
I'm sorry,
There's only 10 elected officials.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of department heads that are not elected. I don't think you want to get to the point where you're penalized one and not the other. All 13 or 14 of them are department heads.
Well, like I say, the only way to do it is just rewrite that longevity pay deal where elected officials from here out help. If somebody takes my place or Don's place or Bob's place,
You're not
just
gonna
don't,
get it.
just don't get it.
I mean, personally, I didn't know that it was anything when I ran for the commission.
I did not either, that's why.
So, and I'm sure it wasn't, I mean, Angie probably didn't know you was gonna get a longevity deal when you ran for.
I worked in the office before.
Oh, you worked at the office?
Yeah.
Okay, so, wrong.
That didn't
I'll
take-
shut up.
That didn't take place till about 13, 14 years, or 14 years 13, 14 years ago. I can remember the motion and everything. I don't know about it.
I know when I
For
first,
commissioners.
when I first signed up for Jesse, I wasn't unaware of anything out there at all.
Is that something that could come in, Wade? Any new elected officials are not allowed for longevity? I mean,
So, anything's possible, I just need to look into the wrinkles. But here's how I recommend that this process works, since we're just starting. So we're working on longevity, and we are comparing it with section 8.21 of the current policy manual. So at some point in time, at the back end of these discussions, there will need to be some final recommendations made, or I guess the board will have to adopt whatever they want to adopt, and I recommend it be done in one full swoop, that it not be done today. Today, what I'm gonna suggest, and what you do with all of the others that you discussed, is you make recommendations, and then at the time and place when you review everything all at once, whether it be this section 8.21, then we have some language that gets proposed to modify that policy to be in line with what you're wanting to see happen, and that be done for every single policy across the board, because if you piecemeal it, we're gonna end up in a big mess. And then you may adopt things that may impact other sections of the policy manual, and then we're in a world of hurt. So that would be my suggestion. What I've written down for me to look into and review is if there's a way to deal with a date of hire modification, which that may be a little more problematic, and then look into whether omitting elected officials from the longevity pay is an option as well. Those are at least what I've heard as potential recommendations related to any modification of longevity. Other than that, I've not heard any recommendations. Is that a fair statement?
That is fair to say, yes.
And then, once we get to the back end of this, we'll take all of these recommendations, and after the discussion, I think moving through some of these other ones, moving through longevity in the future may be a lot quicker conversation, because it'll have been discussed, you'll know what the options are, and then you can stack and add on different sections and cover a whole lot more ground at one time. This initial phase is slow, but it should be slow, because you need to have a careful, thoughtful, and deliberate conversation about what you see. And maybe in the meantime, you'll have somebody stop and say, what you suggested was crazy, and here's the reason why. Or, I like what you said.
More emails.
So, that's my suggestion. So I'm taking that, I'll look into it, and then we can go from there.
Good enough.
Was that the only topic for today, longevity, or was there another one too?
I believe that was it.
That's the only one we set up.
Okay. So while we're at it, next week is another session. What's the topic?
Vacation.
Vacation? Okay.
I think we did mention vacation, we hit the second time.
Yeah.
And while can we take two? Can we take this, the recommendation for, emergency, for Wolf Creek drills? Can we discuss that too? I mean, it should be a very short subject.
Emergency operations.
Right,
stipend.
the recommendation of $300 stipends for just being down there instead of in your office working.
I
mean, that should not be it's no brainer for me, but.
I think discuss vacation and that,
I think we probably need to start putting 2 or 3 together, or we're gonna be 8 or 9 weeks getting through all of them, so.
Yeah.
I think we only had 3 to begin with, did we not?
Yeah.
We had 3 to begin with.
I'm sorry?
We only had 3 topics anyway.
Yeah.
So add emergency operations stipend within the new draft, and then that can go out on the updated agenda. Vacation. Also, at the same time,
Sick leave also.
Sick leave ought to be a part of that too.
vacation and sick at the same time?
To me, those are,
Okay.
Yes.
That,
to me, they're kind of interwoven a little bit.
Well, yeah, they
You
are.
had that for vacation and sick for salaried employees for the following week. But you want to put it all up next week?
I mean, whatever you want to do. The only thing I'd say is if you're doing the emergency operations stipend, you might as well pull in the other recommendations that are also contained within that section. So other recommendations, recommendation 1 references emergency operations stipend. Number 2, benefit statements, which that shouldn't take very long. It's just a recommendation for an individualized benefit statement to be prepared annually for employees. The next one that may be more of a conversation, human resource staffing, and then there's the last one is says miscellaneous.
It just says miscellaneous, which I guess gets into everything's like, cool.
Yeah. So I think the benefit statement and the emergency operations stipend should be discussed together. There are other recommendations. You might hold off on the human resources staffing unless you feel like that may need to be something also considered as a part of the HR audit situation. Or it can be talked about upfront, what everybody's thoughts are. I mean, either way, it needs to be discussed. It is a recommendation. And maybe the sooner it's talked about, the sooner there's everybody's ideas and positions are kind of at the forefront of moving forward. So just
Anybody else have anything else to add on that?
So at some point, talking about exempt employees and leave earnings and recommendations, is that a topic that was put on the agenda, or are you encompassing that into?
I thought we were encompassing that
Okay.
in the title myself.
Okay, so everybody's on the same page, I think it makes a difference, because if one person thinks you're just covering one thing and it branches off into something else. So I liked today because everybody was on the same page. Had a very meaningful and thoughtful discussion on longevity. Had some, pros, cons, and in between. But there are no real answers, but some things to look into, and then later on down the road, make a decision.
While you're up there, you got anything for round table?
I do.
Well, you don't have to stay up there.
How I'm feeling in the courtroom.
Okay.
Preach on.
Couple things, I don't know if it's been brought up already, but it's my understanding, and I know Donna worked on this behind the scenes. The fence viewing is scheduled for March 19th, which is a Friday at 1 o'clock. So that should be on the schedule and ready to go. I think the landowners figured out a way to make that work with their schedules.
Good deal.
There was a voucher that passed through, and I saw it because I initialed it, and I initially signed off on the voucher that sort of tied in 3 different departments, and it was for AFRICOM. And I don't know if there was any discussion on that, and maybe just to back up a little bit. Last year, right before COVID hit, or maybe right at the same time, the local school districts, they had their after prom things that had gone on, and historically, long before I got here, the sheriff's department, county attorney's office, and I forget who the other one is, other commissioners, provided some support for those after prom activities. Well, last year, with COVID, things didn't happen as they normally would. So my recommendation was that letters be sent to each of the schools and let them know that please carry over what was provided to you for the following year. And one of the schools responded and said, well, we actually had an after prom event. And that triggered a response from a recommendation from me for documentation to be provided to demonstrate what that funding was used for. So if they made a request this year, that there was a justification in that school district receiving funds and another school not, because they still had a balance in their account. So that's what was reflected there, and I think it was just one school. Was it Waverly? Is that right? Yeah, Waverly. So if you go back and look, and maybe for public edification, they go back and look and see that's the reason why. And there's a paper trail, and attached to that voucher is what that money, what Waverly last year used it for, which that's something that the board would want to see and the public would want to see. So
Yeah, it was in the acknowledgements, I believe.
yeah, so it's more for public consumption, so that people, when they look and see, well, why was money provided to Waverly and not the other school districts? It's my understanding the balance still remains in the accounts of all the other schools because they didn't use it. So if we're wrong, somebody needs to bring it to the county's attention and provide a detailed summary of what that money was used for related to after prom. So I have a request I'll make for an executive session, but here's a quote, and it seems somewhat fitting, just in an overall sense. It's a Russian proverb that says as follows: if you chase two rabbits, you will not catch either one. So I think we all need to make sure, and especially on the government side, we can't be chasing two rabbits.
Russian came up with that.
What's that?
And a Russian came up with that?
It says Russian proverb, so. I'll request a motion for the commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss potential county litigation for matters being privileged under the attorney-client exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. Myself, the board, and for 15 minutes.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Go at 1:10. All right.
2 minutes.
Heard it.
I know, Frank. You see me run there. You're on one.
Mm-hmm. Yes. He said it will be. Because I texted him and said, he asked me for something else, and I said, well, I'm going to do it.
I figured they'd be here waiting.
One. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I was gonna have to go back and listen to you, when we made that correction. I didn't get what he was saying, he was saying we can.
Oh, when?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was, I can show you if you have it.
If you know what it is, just tell me.
I think it's right there where.
I put
Oh, wait.
and that's the.
I can show you.
Oh, here's an out. Found it right here.
I bet about 10 miles instead of here forever. I can do that way easy.
Yeah.
I was thinking he'd heat in this room.
Sorry,
It looks like we need some heat in this room.
Where's the
It's,
I'm guessing,
it's been cool in here the last.
I guess I usually did, but I just thought, well, It's too nice outside.
I know, right?
We're in a basement.
I know, I'm fully aware of it now.
Yeah, we are back. Did you have anything else, Wade?
Not for today.
Not for today. Angie?
One thing, I got the salary chart back from Lisa today. We checked everything last week. And so, I guess just sent it to me this morning. We need to bring it in next Monday for approval of the chart itself. It's got the 30 cents added on and the changes.
Yeah, I heard, take a look, would it, Wade?
Probably would hurt for us to take a quick look at it.
Okay. And then, I'll continue working on that, and then next Monday we can decide, sending it out to department heads, and how quickly we can get it back, and moving forward from there. And,
Do we want to put that on the agenda as well as the
I can,
salary, or the benefit
okay,
package discussion?
yes,
A separate topic, but yet, that way we know we're gonna spend some time on it.
okay. And then
Suggestion
next,
on it, sorry.
yeah, okay. Next week, we're gonna be doing distribution checks, so we're not gonna be ready for Monday, so will you be around, or that we could use your stamp? It's the quarterly distribution checks.
Oh, yeah, I'll be around.
Okay, so you guys will get them that next Monday as far as the vouchers go, but it's just that the way the timing is with everything, and it's gonna be some time next week, we'll be ready, so we could just call you whenever.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
It might be even that Friday before they're done, I don't know.
And to my knowledge, I should be around all week.
Okay,
I will say, the 30th of March, I will be leaving for, we'll be back to like April 7th or 8th, so just FYI, I guess.
and that is all I have today.
Timothy,
Nothing today, sir?
Jesse,
The only thing I had was well, I got two things. The money we're holding back, 16,000 for the courthouse study or something. We still holding on that?
I told Goldberg that until we had some additional information that that's gonna be held.
Okay.
I'll just hold it.
The only other thing I would have is this convention of states. I believe it's a possibility that it's gonna be on the floor this week. I really truly think that the county commission needs to adopt or whatever this, to give the support.
yeah, there's a motion for support, yes.
And it's the last paragraph on page 2.
I think Wade was gonna look into that some more. Is that correct? Make sure.
You're talking about on this second page of all the whereas.
Yeah, the
Yes.
last paragraph
Last paragraph.
was basically a motion to support Convention of States organization. Correct?
I think it'd be a very, very, very good idea.
It is to some, but not to all, and we represent all, so
I understand
that's
that.
the only reason I have reservations.
There may not be an issue with it, it's just I haven't had a chance to, and I think from what I was told, if this does get endorsed by the board, Coffee County may be the first in the state. Now, I don't know that for certain, but.
That's kind of what he insinuated, I think.
Yeah.
So that, and that may be fine, but I just want to make sure behind the scenes that there's not some.
Yeah, I wanna make sure we're not stepping in front of a train.
Well, only thing is, kind of like Jay said, that may go to the floor this week. I mean, probably should have had it to her sooner, but, I don't know how we would do that.
If something goes to the floor this week, that doesn't mean that it's gonna necessarily make it to the point where there's not meaningful discussion or something else. I mean, if it was gonna be, then maybe it's gonna be voted on, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the way I understood it was just for the support, you know, of the governors of Coffee County to basically call upon so-and-so and so-and-so to, you know, vote for this. I mean, I think a person can lawyer stuff to death personally, but, or table things to death. But,
That's very true.
and time goes by, so that's all I have. Do with what you want.
You each ultimately hold that decision-making authority to move forward if you want.
I mean, I say put it up for vote. Each of us can vote yea or nay. If not, go on.
And you can do that right now. That's for
Motion.
That's your prerogative.
I don't know exactly, I don't know enough about it to say up or down, but that's the reason I'd like to have Wade input into it, but whether we can vote it up or down, or if we can vote it up and with the reservation, Wade would have the opportunity to review it. Probably something can't be done, or should be done.
I don't hear Wade saying, definitely don't do it.
I said before, if Eric Smith's all for it, I'm for it, but again, we're here by the.
He didn't come, and then again, Eric represents everybody, and he knew everybody wasn't gonna be in favor of it too. So I'm kind of, with the comment you made, everybody's not gonna be in favor of it, but I think that I would vote the way that I feel the vast majority of people in my district would feel.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. And it's obvious, everybody in my district is not going to feel the way I feel. That's a given.
We know that.
I've always appreciated everything Eric has done for our district, and I put a lot of value in what Eric's beliefs are.
He's put a lot of time.
I really trust Eric, really do. He's done a good job for us, and I like the opportunity to work with Eric, so.
I'll put the motion out there.
So Jesse's made a motion to support Convention of States Alliance. That's the way that should read.
For the resolution supporting the Convention of States Alliance. And then are you guys all gonna sign it? Do we need to get a signature page?
Be a resolution, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And it'd be resolution number 868.
Yes. I will go and forward the same. Jesse's made the motion.
And you second?
Yes.
Tim second. Sorry, I did not hear you.
Tim second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. 5-0.
I'm sorry?
Did you vote?
I thought about it. I appreciate what Eric does, and I trust Eric.
Yep.
It hadn't been Eric.
I'm sorry?
It hadn't been Eric supporting it.
Yeah.
I probably would have held it.
8.
Yeah, I've got it,
Okay.
868.
So it's the two-page document that's provided in the materials. Right?
Yes.
So I can put this in your format that you normally use if you'd like.
That's fine.
Okay. You want me to bring it back next Monday for you to sign, or do you want to wait
Or do
around?
you want it for him to take up there this week?
It sounded like they wanted it pretty quick.
It can be done pretty quick.
Yeah. Can you do it pretty quick?
Can you take it into PDF, flip it over into Word?
Yeah, I can. Can't I, honey?
I just gotta be going to.
Let's go.
I gotta be on
Well, we'll finish our roundtable discussion. She's doing that. Will you have anything for roundtable, Donna?
The only thing I had Wade already covered,
What's
and
Vince doing?
is everyone getting the Burlington High School government class emails okay?
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
And you're done.
I'm done.
Do you have anything else, Jesse?
No, sir.
I have nothing.
Shut it off when you're done.
I will.
I don't have anything.
Well, the only thing I got is the administrative assistants, advertising in-house, drawn in 2 as of right now. Of course, it's supposed to go in the day-to-day. So I guess need a motion to extend that or advertise outside as well. I know we don't have a whole lot of time. So we could extend it to March 22nd and have it advertised in the paper as well.
Wait, because we set that up for in-house, do we need to evaluate the 2 that we did receive? Or, I know Lisa has suggested it'd be nice if we had more applicants, and you never know how many applicants you're gonna get, regardless of how far you open it up and how far you go with it. What's our position on that, since we stated in-house to start with?
You know, are you wanting to evaluate what you have, or do you not know what you have?
No, we have not seen the applications yet, but we got to the end of the day as well, because it said till the end of March, the day, Monday, March 8th. But like Dawn said, Lisa suggested maybe more than 2, but if you're fine legally wise, just interviewing the 2 and go from there, I guess that's fine by me.
Well, you might wait, some people wait till the
Last minute.
last minute, you might find that, somebody working on it right now.
Yeah. We'll wait till the end of the day today and see where it ends up.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, Jesse took care of my other one. Is the phone still a topic we need to discuss?
The cell phone?
Yeah. I know I'm getting mixed. Some people say it's a waste of money, some people say we're already getting stipend anyway.
The stipend's not the issue. The issue is having a county phone, and without going into more detail about that.
I get that part, but those are the comments I'm getting.
Right. The second part is I need to have a list of who all would need, for me to get a valid quote, I need to know how, the number of phones that would need to be part of the plan, so that this individual can get me a quote.
I think we had
Didn't I
that
give it
list.
to you last week?
Yeah, we got one last week.
Who all had the phones?
Okay.
I think there was one missing.
The second part of that,
I think so too, yeah.
the second part of that is, they got that. The second part of that is,
I can make a copy for you.
maybe that happened. Was that-
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
She brought it in.
I couldn't promise you.
He was handed out last week, but I don't remember when or anything.
My biggest thing on these phones being fake, it's bad enough being compensated, but when it's a county issued phone, and if somebody's on the phone and they have an accident, I believe you're opening up a can of worms on that. That's just me. I'm not a lawyer. I just know what I know from the business that I do.
Sure.
I took all the phones out of my trucks and made everybody sign a deal that it would be hands-free and hands-free only. And so, it worries me.
But there should, I'm not sure, no, I've not seen this. And so I've not seen, or I don't know of, other than maybe somebody in Road and Bridge or law enforcement, who would need to be on their phone, that would get a county phone and be mobile. I mean, that would be my issue with that. And
I kind of agree with that statement, but I mean, I just see people driving on up and down my street every day on their phone. Do they have to be? Probably not, but they are.
Sure, no, and I understand that, but I'm saying for liability to deal with that. Now, you run a business where people are mobile, that's the nature of that business. With the county government side, there shouldn't be any reason why somebody's mobile, it may be an emergency situation and, pull over to the side of the road. But we can look into that, there's several layers of it. The only one who has expressed I don't know if that's a concern, but gave me some food for thought that I need to look into is Wayne, and Wayne indicated there's something to do with cell phone towers out in the county, and those towers, based on where his employees go, can only get phone access through a certain provider, and I don't know, that's way outside of my knowledge base. So he said that they have gone with that provider over the years because of cell phone service, and he'd be a better one to let you know exactly what that means, because I'm probably doing a terrible job of explaining it. But how that would work compared to what this government contract provider would allow, and whether the two would cover the same area, that I don't know.
The government providers, Verizon, was it not?
Right.
Yes.
I've been all over the flipping country and I have Verizon everywhere. Yeah, there's gonna be your spots, but there's gonna be spots that Sprint, AT&T, whatever. I mean,
he indicated to me, Wayne, that there were issues with certain parts of the county, and I don't, he'd be the one to talk to about that. I can't speak to it, but that's sort of something, part of the dialogue that needs to go on behind the scenes as well.
I wonder if all those people anyway need cell phones. We have radios for trucks. Do we need all those people need cell phones?
And that's a topic for Wayne as well, because I can't tell you what he needs and why he needs it or why not.
I know some construction companies, the only ones that have cell phones or allowed to use cell phones are basically department heads, so to speak, foremen, superintendents.
So that this topic can be discussed and brought up when Wayne's here next, if with this weekly report next week, that maybe cell phones could also be part of the agenda topic, so that it's brought up as well. And then I can let them know, or if he sees the agenda and gives Angie a call and says, what is going on here, she can let them know, either myself or, and then that way we're moving in that direction. But that's sort of the hold up. I do this, then after speaking with him, so I can figure out what his recommendation is, because it looks like some of the employees that would potentially fall into this cell phone program would be a number of his employees. So we need to get that question answered too. But if you want, based on what I have here, I can go ahead and send this off to the Verizon representative, and then they can at least put together a quote. Maybe that's an idea.
You were wanting to add commissioners and elected officials as well, right?
And I think that'd be not elected officials may say, no, I think they need to at least be given the option, but.
Are we talking all department heads, like county? And
I think whoever you think needs to have a phone that's vital to.
Connie's name is on this list.
Commissioners aren't on that list.
Right. Connie was on that list.
Mine disappeared out.
I just do not carry two phones. So let's keep up with that.
I'm probably not keeping up for long.
I know Southeast Coffee County with some companies has issues. And the further southeast you get towards Iowa, Moran on down, there are some areas, some companies communication is very, very poor. But it's better now than it was 5 years ago.
County ends on
It doesn't hurt to get a quote.
No.
Just because we get a quote, doesn't mean the person's gonna pass it, but,
That's true.
I mean, I feel as an elected official, I went into this to help the county, not cost the county, you know what I mean, in a sense, and so, I mean, that's why I got my phone, so, there's a lot of people that know my phone number.
I understand. But I'll see if I can get a quote based on at least what I have right now. We can have the discussion with Wayne about his department. And then kind of go from there.
Chances are this list is complete enough, even if you added 10 more phones to it, probably wouldn't cheapen it up per phone. Probably would make a significant difference. Would be my thought anyway.
Okay.
I wish they'd go back to the old bag phones, leave it in the truck.
And you have radio in the truck.
Yeah, but they don't work in the house when somebody's home.
But they don't need to be.
Well, for call, I can see why some of the department heads have them, because for call outs, emergency call outs or something like that, you gotta get hold of them.
Is there an issue with the radios working all over the county?
You what?
Is there an issue with the radios not working all over the county?
There is an issue with the fire and law enforcement radios, but they're working on that. There's 2 spots, one at Beliveau and one by Leroy. They're working on now with the possibility of way to remote. We had a meeting last week. They're working on that to see what the solution might be.
Do they got an extra repeater tire in between, Lebo and Burlington and Leroy and Livingston?
Not that I know of.
That might help if they had which I'm not.
I don't know much about that stuff, but I know they're looking at possibly a
Transmitter or something.
At one time, they was putting a repeater tower in the Leroy area. Whether that ever happened, I'll guess it. I don't know.
But there might need to be one in between Burlington and Leroy, maybe, I don't know.
I don't understand that stuff.
Yeah. I know they did something down at Leroy quite a few
Yeah,
years ago. They
something
thought
done,
they were gonna check it out because they're not sure it was ever turned on.
I don't.
So I don't know. They're working on that, Tim.
I know there was one time in Lebo, we was in a fire truck, storm watching, and we told them to blow the siren, and we told them we had service. And we was a mile from Lebo. There was some atmospheric goofy things going on there.
There's some place right there on the interstate. It doesn't go.
Yeah. Seems like it, I was on Altel through end.
But they're working on it.
I was on their end, because from Lebo to, it used to be, Sherman Rapids was horrible. And then all of a sudden, they went from Lebo, you get Dollar General and go west, you didn't have any service. So I'd be on the phone with Verizon, chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing. That tire that's north of that overpass there at Lebo is independently owned. But Verizon, the way I understand it, Verizon has rights, has a signal on it, but it was down. And the independent person wouldn't go in and fix it. And so it really screwed up selling it.
You don't have problems.
No, I went pretty high up. I went very high up.
I know the solution they were working on would also benefit Yost Rapids.
Mhm.
In that area right there. So, and that was one of them for fire reasons.
I really think they had something on Love's Hill out there southwest of Lebo. You can see a long ways from that hill. Be just a mile north on 22nd. And let's see, this. And then be 2 miles east of the county line. Right up on top of the hill.
Yes.
Stay a long way.
Done.
Well, we're done with waiting on Don to bring back that resolution. Is that one signature or all of it?
It's all,
That's what I thought.
Looking at something.
or we can email it to Bob or something so you can have it if it goes up.
It's a fire station and,
Okay.
you know, that would actually cover all that area. You really.
We're good, sir. I guess we are in a burn ban, right?
That's correct.
I seen Lyon County was from 7 to 11, 7 AM to 11 AM, they was allowing it, but anything after 11, they went to a burn ban.
They said in Boyd had 47 on our wind last night on. It's supposed to be a little less, either tomorrow or Wednesday, be
Wednesday, I heard it was supposed to be 50 mile an hour.
50, tomorrow must be a light wind. You know, that's right, it's in the red zone though. It might have been Thursday, I forget.
It's March.
Rain all day Thursday, I think.
Pardon?
Rain all day Thursday, I think.
Yeah, there's not a pretty good chance of showers coming through.
1 to 2 inches, maybe.
Once the EMD some breaks, the fire department.
I seen something where there was mixed precipitation, was
Sunday.
that Sunday and Monday?
Huh?
Does that mean rain, snow?
Yeah.
Mixed precip. Almost gonna be 80 Wednesday and snow and rain maybe Sunday. Take your vitamins.
I already am.
That dry air makes it hard to finish concrete. Gotta use
Low humidity does.
horrible.
What's it make it cure too quick?
No, it just dries the top out.
Just dries the top out.
Yeah, you gotta use we call it surface retardant. Slow it down.
Spray it down with water every 30 minutes.
No, you can't, no. Every time we used to use water on concrete. Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add for the day? Going once.
Got my homework.
Jim's last to sign, we can adjourn at 1:55.
He's got something.